So this is the Roottrees are dead. I only know that it is a mystery puzzle ish game. Is that better than there? I was talking over here, so that's probably why it was quiet, but no, this is how I will be during the game, so I don't know a lot about it, other than that you're trying to solve puzzles and solve a mystery, so we are going to dive into it. Is it? I can lower it. I also don't know how, don't know how loud it needs to be. I don't know what kind of gameplay this has. Okay. The Roottrees are dead. The mystery begins here. Roottrees Mania, mystery will unlock once you finish the game. Okay. Save slot 1. The Roottrees are loading. So, I've just heard good things about this, so I don't really know much about it. So we'll find out together. I am looking forward to this, though. Always enjoy doing these types of games. I don't know. I mean, you can, yeah, I got you.
Xkedin just resubbed for 47 months. Can you move farther to your left? Like 3 feet.
Of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
He said the thing!
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling.
In terms of help, I don't think any of us have played this game, so like feel free to toss out ideas if I'm struggling. But, you know. I'm assuming none of us have played this. If you've played it, then no spoilers, but
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer.
it might be.
I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Anyone proven to be a blood relative? Okay, yeah, I got it, because of the payout.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
Okay. We are a genealogy genie. Got
I'm
it.
going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Okay. Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. She is just going to be mysterious. Okay. Examine my evidence, search the internet for clues, fill in the name. Sleuth. Okay. Fill in the names, fill in the occupants, fill the photos. Siblings are in birth order from oldest to youngest. One of them was married. Okay. This thing has a thing on it. Our evidence, okay. Got milk picture. The person, there's gonna be a lot of reading, so bear with me. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees sisters' Got Milk ad. I've tracked down the test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches, on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottrees is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay. So that's them. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I now have 3 pictures of them. List of names. This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door, who just stood in the doorway the whole time. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. That is a lot of names. All right. They all have 5 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. I don't know. I think this just this has a this is the style. She definitely does have a ring on, but we don't know. So is okay. All right, fair enough. All right, good to know. So we have got milk picture list of names as our evidence. Show photo items. Show text items. Okay, and that's everything. Okay. So we've examined the evidence. Search the internet for clues. Okay, this is a real Windows fucking 98 here. Welcome to the information superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a Fixie 6K modem. Holy shit. Which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, yeah, they're going to load like one line at a time, though. If you find anything interesting, please or be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. Interesting. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new history feature. Imagine advertising that you have a history feature. Happy surfing and remembering cashew pieces are delicious. Cashew pieces are inedible. Inedible. Don't try to eat your computer. Okay. Hell yeah, that's the sound I remember. Spider search. Pro tip: you can create notes quickly by highlighting your text with the mouse. Okay. If I click away from this. Okay, so let's just search for Roottrees.
CC_road just resubbed for 8 months. 8 months of Supreme Gam, ing. Kinko 95 Saberdance,
no.
Kinko 95 Saberdance, Kinko 95 Saberdance, Kinko 95 Saberdance, Kinko 95 Saberdance, Kinko 95 Saberdance.
Thank you. Thanks, CC. The first few pages are filled with news results about the plane crash. Besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about various products made by the Roottrees Candy Company. Most articles mention Carl Roottrees. Okay. Interesting. Who was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company. His daughters are also eulogized, collectively referred to as the Roottrees sisters. They've been famous from a very early age. Okay. So that's our notebook. We can type stuff like that. Test note. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Roottrees general results. We have to search the internet for clues, which I apparently did. Fill in the names, occupants, and photos. So, how many Roottrees are on this list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 Roottrees. 12 Roottrees women. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15 men. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I was going to do next. Roottrees sisters. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers. You also come across an unofficial Roottrees fan site, seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink. Oh, I guess I can do that too. I can just highlight something. Anyway, it's neon pink with purple text. It's hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Rhina? Highlight. Rhina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. Do that. Type a note. TMS married to HA. How do you say that? Rahina? Rahina? I don't know how to say that. Rhina is what I'm going to go with. Yeah. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is the middle child like me. Okay, so Riley. There we go. Can I like move these? No? Okay, it's fine. We'll come back to it. And then Rose. Riley, Rose, Rhina. God. It's like they have to have Roottry. Or an R because they're Roottrees. Okay, so Rhina is the oldest as well. Do this. The eldest Roottree sister. Save note. Okay. Just ignore the H in their names. So Raina, Riley, and Rose. Raina, Riley, Rose. Okay, good quality. Rose is the middle child like me. Can I mean, if I do this, I guess you could just make a... I could do that and then just copy paste it. That works too, I guess. Anyway, you might think they're rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand Root. Okay, so Brenda is the mom. I eat Roottry candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps, and try to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does in most of those posters. Plaid clothes. Riley likes to dress in plaid clothes. Some days I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Okay, this is a good one to highlight too. Website author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about the Root fashion lines, but none of it is relevant. Okay, let's go back. So, oh, I hate that it covers this. So, if I go here, aha, okay. Okay. Raina, I don't know. Haina is the oldest and married to TMS. Riley's the smart one, Rose is the middle one like me. Brenda's the mom. Plaid Root clothes like Riley. She's dressed in plaid. So Riley is the smart one who is the youngest. So we believe she would go here. Oops. Want to get my ears pierced like Rose, who's the middle child. She's the only one with ears pierced, which leaves her as the eldest, which makes sense because she does have the ring on it as well. Right there. So she's the eldest and married to TMS. Interesting. Oh, no name. Oh, here we can do the names too. So I wish I could have my notes over here. Oh, here, welcome page. Welcome to your notepad. On each page, you can jot down important information. Page titles can be renamed to make it easier to remember what you've written on each one. Highlight any text in the web browser. Yep. The entire content will be saved with the game. That's okay. Yep, that makes sense. We'll come back to that, I'm sure. Okay, that's fine. So, who's the middle one? Rose is the middle one. Oh, it has this here. That's good. She's not on the list, though. What did I miss? RHOSE. Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Okay, let's do a different one then. Try Raya, who's the eldest, right? Rhina, yeah. Her. Yep. It could, yeah. She must have a different name. Okay. She's the eldest. Then who is the... Riley is the smart one. And she wears plaid clothes. Yep, so that's Riley. Her. And we need to figure out Rose's name. Interesting. Does it say what their occupations are? Did we get across that at all? Richie Crandy, ears pierced. Their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand Root. They do all do modeling. A lot of obituaries about the focus on their... Yeah, that's true. We could do that. That's a good call. So let's do Rose first. Yep. Rose Roottrees is not as popular as her older sister, Raina, but still very well known. Most of the time they're lumped together as the Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than one searching for the sisters together. Can't find what you're looking for? If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learned about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. Well, we could do Root. Root, the period is part of the name, is a clothing company. They make clothes for children from toddlers to teenagers, although their website is down likely due to increased web traffic given the circumstances. You find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has this to say: "You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina." I'm gonna mispronounce her name every fucking time. You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since '84, and Raina appeared on almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sister, his mother, and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. Here we go. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottree. There you go. Carly Roottree. Look at that. Okay, so back to here. There she is, Carly Roottree. Unknown occupation. I mean, they're all models, right? Okay. 0 out of 50 blood relatives. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also unlocked the following optional entries: none. Booyah. We still need to do the spouse.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
All right, cool.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
Surely we'll be fine.
The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
Okay.
Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Got it.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees.
Okay.
Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, she's back.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here.
Ooh,
Thank you.
sus.
Good luck.
Kind of sussy. Okay. Let's... Oh, man. Okay. Holy, this is interesting. Alright. We got a whole ass fucking family tree. This is awesome. This is so unique. We gotta fill out a whole ass family tree. Okay, cool. Okay. Also, I don't think I'm blocking anything, but if for some reason my webcam is like blocking info, just yell at me. I'm also reading everything out loud, so whatever. All right, 3 out of 9 before the person who hired you returns. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps to remove extra names and photos. Okay, so that's our current goal. This is top secret. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. So that would be over here. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you've told me about that. I have it installed. I just haven't played it, so I will get to that one eventually, because I know it's very similar. I think the graphical style of that one kind of throws me a little bit, but I still fully intend to play it someday. Okay, so Reina's spouse is TMS. So let's search for TMS. TMS is a common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed to popularity after his starring role on the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use and more recently his relationship with Raina Roottrees. After a short engagement, they married in 1997 when she was only 19 and he was 23. Goddamn. TMS is a common Timothy or Tommy Mark Sheridan. Let's highlight this, and then let's see if he's on the list anywhere. Probably not. Thomas Sheridan Thomas is his actual name, right? His first credited role is Thomas Sheridan. Yeah, whoops. Thomas Sheridan. Okay. We know who that is now. This is just like, you can't. Yeah, okay. Okay, we got some more stuff. So, notable Roottrees. This is a list of notable Roottrees. The person who hired you gave you this list and said everyone on it can be found easily via your search engine. So, the Roottree sisters we did. Carl, Elias, and Gwyneth. Gwyn, Red, Jim, Lauren, and Miracle Jr. Any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Notable Roottrees are crossed out if they're verified and locked. Okay. Okay, so those are all like easy to find people. 35. Intuition. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you developed a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best to take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list, and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the paper, or at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such a high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Interesting. So this seems pretty high, obviously. Yeah, Brenda's their mom, and she's not on here, so that is interesting. She would be what? Here, I assume? And this would be Dad? And their dad's name, do I have that listed here somewhere? Carl. We'll search for him. Carl Roottrees died in the recent plane crash along with his wife Brenda Roottrees and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. Right. He was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company as well as the clothing company Root, which he co-founded with his wife. There's a short press release of the Roottrees Candy Company released today to news organizations, December 6, 1998. It is with a heavy heart that we mourn... One sec. I'm gonna turn this down even more. That saxophone really cuts through. All right. It is with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Roottrees sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottrees family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man, and as the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly at Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. They go on to list some of those accomplishments. One of them seems likely relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. So let's highlight that. And then I'm going to, oh God, maybe I add a page. And I delete this and then move it here. I mean, this is all gonna be about like keeping stuff organized. Let's search for Watchman of the Year. Business Watch magazine is a magazine that focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They've been around for over 100 years in one form or another and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year, they offer an award to a prominent businessman or woman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that two Roottrees have been featured as Watchmen of the Year. Elias Roottrees and Carl Roottrees. So Elias was his great-grandfather, okay? Business Watch does not host any online archives on any site you can find via that. Though you may be able to find individual articles and issues. Okay, so let's go back and get their names. So this is Carl Roottrees, and then his family, this would have been his great-grandfather, right? So it's Carl, his dad, his grandfather, and then his great-grandfather. Elias, yeah, right there. Elias Roottrees. Okay. Which I don't have. I guess what's occupation would be CEO. And this is what Carl's would be as well, CEO. Still need a picture of him though. Let's go back here. Just click this, yeah. Okay. 5 pieces ad. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. Yeah, I did see the Gwyneth thing, which is good. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. There you go. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then, in quotes. Roottrees 5 pieces, cool chocolate, so strawberry, power plum. Why are you not pointing to this one anyway? Bad blue raspberry, awesome apple. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them. Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? Interesting. This is just the evidence thing, yeah. Interesting. And this is the story so far. Roottrees are dead. A shadowy figure. So this is just like, seems like filling us in. Kind of like your general objective list. Because they were Canadian, maybe? It started off as a Canadian company. Yeah, so we do have Gwyneth here and Elias here. I guess, are there multiple Gwyneths? There's Gwyneth Anderson and Gwyneth Madsen, which we could just search for, but let's focus back in on Carl Roottree. So I searched Carl, right? Yeah. We could do Roottrees Candy Company. Also, what is it? What's a periodical? What if I do this? Like Carl Roottrees, and then search for a periodical? Largest. Okay, here we go. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work at The Root. The cover and summary of the article have been added to your evidence. Aha! There he is. Got him. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch, I always want to like do that comma thing. Business Watch is the magazine, quote, for and about corporate leaders, and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at the Roottrees Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina, God, every time. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit, while other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees, that's important. Actually, why don't I do Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees? There we go. A notable singer who had a young daughter on the same age as Raina spread the word, or word spread. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives who have... Whoops, I don't know why I didn't want that one in my notes. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy. So Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off their baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Okay. So we got some stuff there. So Carl, we got a photo of. Lovely. Carl Roottree, CEO, his wife Brenda. We know... So these are... let's make sure I'm not going crazy here. What's this duck? Don't know where to look next. Oh, okay. Got it. It's like a hint thing. Where is... There was something... Oh, wait, it's my notebook. Here we go, the welcome page. Same grandparents, not the same parents. Right, okay. I literally had to, like, double check because I don't look at family trees ever. So, like, cousin. These four are all cousins. And the names are... this page. So, Carl's cousin, Jim Roottree. So, Jim is one of these. His second cousin, that would be, oh god. Notepad. Welcome. Second cousin, sometimes distant cousins, people that share the same great grandparents, but not the same grandparents, right? Okay, so like that could be anybody. So we'll get back to that. This thing. A notable singer, Jim Roottrees, who had a young daughter around the same age. Okay, so Carl's cousin Jim is a singer who has a young daughter around the same age as Arena. So this is interesting. This would be the most logical, right? Because they're married to have kids. This person got married, split up, got married, had a kid, then split up, got married, and then had 2 kids. So I mean, it could be here as well. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Was Jim on this list? Jim Roottrees was on this list, yeah. He had a star. This person does not have a star. This person does. Cousins. This one has to be Jim, who goes by a different name, it would appear. Unless I'm just misremembering. Page 2, Jim Roottrees. Nope. Okay, well, let's do a search for Jim Roottrees. Could be. James, yep, there he is. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond. So before I do anything, oh, nice, we got a picture from it too. Let's go back here. We'll do James Roottrees, singer. Artist is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. Okay, pause. Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to their disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Although Jim writes the majority of his songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but it has its fans, who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Some other albums you can find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996, so for a couple of years. Do we consider them artists then? Would artist work? Because there's not like or musician maybe? Musician might be a better pick than artist. Yeah. Because I don't see, not a singer, so musician works. Tyrant. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move the Pokemon real quick. Right above my head. He kind of blends in with the corkboard. Evidence, here they are. This is Jim and Diamond. Oh, can we listen to it? I think it said it'll keep playing in the background if you navigate away. As seen in MMM, only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees can make disco this sweet. That's interesting. Hell yeah. Roll It On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the linear notes, it satirizes how part of a society was content to remain indifferent to the economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East. Also, hi, Daywalker. Love that emote. Unless pop culture tricked them into caring. So basically, people don't care about the Middle East until pop culture tricks them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you've never heard of it before now. Holy shit, Daywalker caught a shiny Tyrant. Let's go. Hell yeah, Daywalker. Enjoy that blue dinosaur. Dude, that's our third shiny Pokemon ever on this channel. Way to fucking go. Hell yeah. Anyway, this image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees can make disco this sweet." It is credited to Peter Janowitz from MMM. I'm going to make a note of that. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim and Diamond. Jim is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. He'll be marked with a star. Oh, and then also, the lyrics of the song contain no clues, but they have them anyway. That's awesome. Alright, we're not going to read all those lyrics, because we'll be here all night. Hell yeah. Okay. So we got James Roottrees, musician. So when do they get locked in? Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives, they'll be locked in. Okay, so we have 2. We need 1 more. Oop. We have 1 photo of her. There could be 2. But we'll use that one for now. Cool. Okay, so we got him. Jim Roottrees. These aren't locked in yet, so we don't have anything yet. We have Brenda. What do we have in our notes? Elias Roottrees is the great-grandfather. Carl's cousin, that's Jim. James. Ernie is a distant cousin. Peter Janowitz from MMM. Okay. Does it say anything about... It doesn't say anything about his kids. Let's try Diamond, see what we get with her. James Roottrees is a singer. So it's the same thing. That's fine. Although unless I did it wrong, Diamond's Dazzlers. Here we go. Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called "Cool Things You Got in the Mail" on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There is a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. I don't know, that's kind of cool. Like, I think that's kind of cool. Like, yeah, it's not like they're grifting because you can't still sign up for it, but like if you've had people that were like really hardcore fans, I don't know, it's kind of cool to honor that. I don't know, maybe I'm old and cringe. Well, not maybe, I know I am old and cringe, but you know. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996, which is 2 years ago, includes pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Here we go. Here we go. The picture has been added to your evidence. So this is his young son, Wolf. Okay. Found a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond. Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. Okay. And then we can also search. So we know one of these 2 is Wolf. And then we can also search the Floozies. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. This trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. Fair enough. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive. And not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They were probably losing a fortune. The reviewer said that although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There's no pictures of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. I will absolutely be searching Beef Baby. Here's Conquistador. That's a cool cover. Here you go. The Floozies, guitar and vocals, Candy, bass Nikki, drums Nina. Interesting. This is also a 1 on the evidence scale, which is interesting. She's playing guitar and vocals. So that's Candy. Interesting. All right, well, we're definitely searching Beef Baby. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's not hard to speculate on the subject matter, is it? Could it be a euphemism or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler? It certainly piques your curiosity. If only you had the time and resources to look into that further. Who knows? Maybe eventually. Maybe we'll get something eventually. That's funny. Okay. Let's go to periodicals and let's go to this guy. What was his name? The note from Peter Janowitz from MMM. I don't know if I can actually search that in here yet. Nope. Well, maybe. Nope. I want my notebook and I want... Aha, here we go. Search periodicals. There we go. No? Huh. Okay. Fair enough. I thought maybe we would get something about a MMM in there, but that's okay. The reviewer came to see them. They're not very good. Conquistador. We can search that. It's just the same thing, though, unfortunately. What about... Can I search the periodicals for it? Nope. Public library? I don't know. Author... Oh, it's like searching for actual books. I could try... What's his face? Janowitz? I mean, I doubt. Yeah, that's okay. Let's see. Let's go back. So we know... Well, we don't know which one is which, right? We also don't know... I mean, Candy is not a real first name, right? Oh. Well, maybe. Maybe. Well, if we do this, and we do this, and we do... musician. We don't know his occupation. We could search him though. Wolf Roottrees. He's a kid. Did I spell it wrong? I don't have notes on him. Could be student. Wolf Roottrees. No, I don't. Where did I get, Diamond Dazzler, some wolf. Did I spell Roottrees wrong? No, he doesn't come up. Okay. Diamond's young son, wolves, just being the Floozies. No, it doesn't seem like they said anybody's age. Yeah. Of his son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. I mean... Although, to be fair, nothing's going to lock in yet, right? Because, like, 3 additional blood relatives. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see how it works. I mean, I guess, yeah, I could try student. Oh, there you go. He was a student. So, which checks out. These 3 entries are correct and have locked in. So, okay. You also locked in the following entry. Yep. Nice. Booyah. Nice. Cool. So she's good. He's good. These are good. Yeah, I don't know if we were... I mean, he's a kid, right? So... Housewife. Yeah, you're right. Well, I mean, his picture is definitely right. Do we think... his occupation? I mean, oh, wait. Yeah, you know, hang on. Let's go back to him. Carl Roottrees. So, he was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company. Okay, maybe that's why. Maybe he's not CEO, maybe he's president. Although, wait, no, hang on. 1, 2, potentially 3, 4. Yeah, that's the only weird thing. What if I just do Roottrees Candy Company? All right, here we go. Mixed in with recent news, the plane crash, there are a lot of results for the Roottrees' extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to traffic has been receiving. You find a direct link to the history section that manages to work momentarily. The Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias Roottrees shortly after he married his wife. His family owned a small farm called Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with input and votes from extended family. The site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottrees, who despite his death is listed as the current president. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. This has to be Canadian shit. Their sister company titled Root specializes in children's clothing. So everybody is... I'm going to make a big note of this. And then I'm going to... you can drag and drop to reorder. Okay, so let's... Can I... Here, I'm just going to delete this note. Go to page 3. Slap this here. And then do, like, I don't know, company notes. So... Elias was not the CEO. He was the president, and he was the first president. We know that for sure. I could try that too. It has no CEO, run by president with input and votes. The site doesn't mention every president has a direct descendant of them, including Carl, who's listed as the current president. So theoretically, would Carl be the 5th? Because he's the most recent, right? There's nothing after him, so we can kind of deduce that. So that helps with him. Gwyneth is her, right? This is Gwyneth. We know this. Gwyneth. Oh, it said her name. Somebody, I think Queen said that. His wife Gwyneth, who his family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. Yeah. So Gwyneth Anderson, who spouse of president. I don't I don't know. We'll come back to that. Okay. So we can presume and assume that he's the 5th president. What is happening over here? Hang on, sorry, something's playing on my other screen. There we go. Freeloader. Okay. I bet you if I search, well, maybe. Yeah. What if I just do? Yeah, didn't think so. Anderson Maple Farm. You find some information on the website for the first Anderson Maple Farm. There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. There you go. Photo was added to your evidence. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson, so we got that. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm so long as she married. Before Elias took over the farm, produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. So, Gwyneth is a housewife. We also have a new picture of ya boy and ya girl. This is a famous picture. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the Roottrees Candy Company, but before it was a success. From what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't occupied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are notable on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. They'll be marked with this chart with a star. So, bubba boom, bubba boom. That's 3 because that's 2 there and Carl, I bet. Bubba boom, there we go. None because we didn't try any. Booyah! We're killing it.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
Goddamn.
But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion.
Ooh.
I also found some important-looking papers.
Interesting.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay, sounds good. Look at us. Look at us go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're killing it. We're killing this thing right now. Okay. We got a bunch of new evidence pieces. So this is a campaign mailer. Vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. Better for Butler County. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love, and now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation. CM. Interesting. Do we assume this is CM? This is obviously Stephanie Jones. Okay. Interesting. This is new. This is a photo. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water-damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. Let's take some pictures. You might be right about CM being the parent. Written on the back of the photos, couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris. Gwen and the boys. Okay, so she was not at the reunion, which we are going to find out about so shortly. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath the candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work that you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over." Okay. I'm going to make a note of this. Maybe about the company. It seems more like it would be on this page. Here, I'm just going to get rid of this. Go here. And then do this here. Here we go. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew that it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that is no coincidence, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit to Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that much without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Okay. So Brenda was Carl's wife. Okay. Whew.
C Chops just resubbed for 47 months. Shawip shaboom shawip.
Shawip shaboom shawip. Boom bap bip bop zoop zap zibbity dap. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 years or so, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is one from the 70s, and Carl is the teenager in the middle. This guy. Right? So let's hang on. Carl is this dude. I mean, he's got the exact same hair, so that has to be him. Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. Is there water? Oh, I guess this is all water damage. Yeah, it is. Okay, fair enough. On the back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jim, Jim Rootree, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. Okay, so this is a lot. We suddenly just opened up a whole can of worms. Jim Rootree is this guy. We have two photos of him that we're missing. He's in here somewhere. I'm gonna take a picture of everybody in this bitch. This dude has wavy ass looking hair and a beard. Maybe this one? When was this photo taken? In the 70s? That's Carl? Unless that's Jim. Is Jim's shirt yellow? Ooh, in the album evidence here. He does have this yellow fucking rhinestone collared looking ass shirt. Yeah, good call. Yeah, that's the same shirt. Yep, so that is Jim. So I was right. I was right. But you know, good to confirm. This one. Good call. All right. So Ernie. We got a lot of info about Ernie here. This is the story so far, which we don't need to look at right now. Ernie was part of this one, right? Yeah. So, and Ernie has since passed away. This is his wife, I'm assuming. Debbie, and this is Nicole. We don't... Yeah, this woman is definitely pregnant. With like more, almost like reddish hair. This guy looks like a doctor. With a fucking rainbow tie. Anyway. I want to know more about Ernie. Let's, do we have, evidence? Close this. Is he part of it? He's not part of it. Okay. That's fine. I mean, we can do the notable people too. Gwen was part of that too. So you find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized, and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from the search engine. Gwen Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Here we go. I think there's Ernie and Ernie Jr., yeah. Yeah, there's definitely two Ernies. So her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias Roottrees. She couldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Okay. Yeah, that's true. So we also want somebody who's divorced, and she's a granddaughter, right? So these guys would be boom, boom. So she would be on this line, right? And on this line, I only see one star with a divorce, her. Unless was I reading that wrong? She couldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which I would assume. Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias Roottrees, the founder of Roottrees. I think the biggest thing, she has a star by her name. She's notable. Gwen Roottrees. Whoops. Oh, unless that's referring to, no, that's Gwyneth. Again, granddaughters, because these are all, this top row here is kids of them. And their kids, these would be grandparents. So I think it has to be this one. Gwyneth Roottrees? Or just Gwen Roottrees? Is that what we call it? Gwen Roottrees, yeah. Yeah, whoops. I think Gwen Roottrees is here. She was an actor. Well-known actress who was active in the 50s. She left Hollywood. Corelia. Gwen's mom is the daughter of Elias. Right, that would be here. What if we did Gwen Roottrees in a periodical? Although, again, we only have Business Watch, so like, that probably wouldn't be it. You would think. You would think there'd be some kind of way to figure out. There's got to be something else, like a magazine or something, or a tabloid. Oh, here she is. Boom. This is a photo of a widely circulated. This photo is a widely circulated photo of Gwen Roottrees. I've seen it on multiple websites. She's on the notable Roottrees list. She's on the chart with a star, right? I mean, highly publicized divorce. So I mean, like, It has to be her. There's no other stars besides this one, but they stayed married. It has to be her. We don't know the spouse's name, though. What if I do spouse? Again, I don't think anything's going to come up. That's not how this works. Can I search Christmas Mission? You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available. Christmas Mission is on a page called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I released in 1955 that received poor reviews and lost studio money. Gwen Roottrees had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. You find no additional relevant information. This movie was marketed as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happening has ever been found. I don't think that helps very much. Okay. Well, if we assume we locked her in, we could keep going down the list of notable Roottrees. We could do Red Roottrees next. I could search the other movie too, but I think we have enough info on her for now that we'll come back to it. Also, we could check to see, I guess, if she's in that photo. We know she has like a bow and very blonde hair. Good point. I don't see anyone that matches that. Plus, I think doesn't she only have one photo? I guess there will be another one. But anyway, we have to verify her first. Anyway, Red Roottrees. We'll come back to the beef baby fluff. Aloysius Herring Roottrees, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position in the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Wow. Okay. So this dude is not an actual Roottrees. So he's not a blood relative. Right? Like, his name is just a coincidence. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Weird, though, that his name is on the list of notable Roottrees. Oh, there's a bomb on here now. Interesting. That's unfortunately true. This was back in the 90s when people had sense. Any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will merit to the star. Notable Roottrees crossed rather verified and locked. So he's just doesn't exist. Okay, cool. Anyway. All right, well, let's keep going down the list. Well, hang on. Before I do that, let's do flops. Christmas fish. Oh, it's just the same thing. It's just the same page, unfortunately. So, you know, it's the exact same page. Author Lauren Roottrees, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. Ooh, okay. Is known for her book, A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty, okay, to little fanfare. When her publisher learned that she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. That's true, we can look up her book. The selection of diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to the coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites all the way through the early Sorry, all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution of writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the release by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans refer to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she was listed as retired. Okay, there's a lot of info here. The early 1960s romance novel. What if okay, let's search her other name first. Same thing. Lauren Roottree is her name. A Life Between Wars. Can I library this shit? Copy it. Public. Book title. Lauren Roottree. 1965, republished in 1993. Nonfiction. It seems you've hit the jackpot here. Oh god, there's a lot. Oh god. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full page, high quality pictures in. Oh my god, there's so much printing. A summary of the contents of the book, photos. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. I think you're right, red herring. That's a fish, not a bomb. It fucking looked like a bomb to me, Bergie. I thought that was a bomb. I'm like, what the fuck? Like he bombed out or something? Anyway, oh god, look at all these photos we have. All right. A Life Between Wars. Excerpts from the Diaries of Roottrie. Schoolbound Publishing. Lauren Roottrie. Okay. Okay, I'm not the only one. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottree's diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottrie is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence chart. Yeah, we know that. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 65. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This narrative based on Clark alone. Okay. This is good info. I also would like to Lauren Rafferty. I like that. So Jacob Lafferty. Or Rafferty. Not Lafferty, Rafferty. Okay. Just for my own mind. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Okay. Her mother's family called the Cossels, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrie Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clanced Trust. It's clear from the context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for different generations of the family. Okay. 5 pieces. The first generation of children by Gwyneth Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation, Star Trek. Lauren's generation of Free Spirit. Okay. So we have the 5 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Then we have the next generation, which is Lauren's generation, which also includes Gwen. We also have, okay, so we have a star here. So this could be Lauren. This could be Lauren. It's just those 2. This one and this one. Both of these people have one child. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. She never remarried and only had the one child, which again, that is still accurate. Okay. We have the notes here. This is good. This is a good information piece. She was the granddaughter, we understand that. Her mother's family is called the Costles, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, referred to as Pop, was head lawyer for the Roottrees company. We could search him, yeah, Clark. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Well, if I spelled it right, it'd be better. Wait, did I spell it right? C-L... No. I added an extra C, I'm stupid. A few fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark. They mentioned an album called These Times. Okay. Could Lauren be the star on the left because her husband has an option for a picture? Well... this one? Maybe. It's possible, yeah. That might be metagaming though, so let's see if we can actually get there. But you're not wrong. That's a possibility. That's definitely a possibility. I think too, I'm gonna search the kid and then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna try to search this to see if we can get more info about the father. Because if we get more info about the father, like here, it'll tell us if she had like 3 siblings or 1 other sibling. So I think we got options here, so I don't need to jump to that sort of conclusion quite yet. Okay, I was gonna search this thing first because this is still about the kid. A band called C&J and J&D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX. This is the can of the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently, this was Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. Jim's cousin. Anyway. And Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about the username, the band, or the single, so all that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is available. So I think that helps because this would be Clark, which would be Jim's cousin. Dude. Whoops. Clark Griswold. Unknown occupation. Because in this he's just a kid. Although he used to make music. We don't know enough about him to give him an occupation yet. We also have These Times. Here we go. Which doesn't really help with photos because they're all covered up, but regardless. These Times is an old single from folk group C and J&D. This is J&D, this is C and J. Can I take photos? I can. Interesting. You have a scan of the album as well, recording the title track. Well, let's listen to it. Website also. MMM Magazine, once again, showing up. Clark married LaRue with the first name starting with J. Clark married a LaRue, yes. If this is Clark, we can assume LaRue. Jessica LaRue. Rafferty. LaRue Rafferty. Which would make sense. Because that would be her sister. Also, I think we have J and D. This is her. Clark. I mean, musician, I guess. J and D. This is him. And then this would be J and Yes. Right? J, J, C, C. Hi, C, C. And then D for D, yeah. Ooh. Sandy Shocks. What the fuck? What the hell is Sandy Shocks? I don't even know what that is. Eddie, what the hell is that? Oh, it's the magneton thing. Got it. Got it. Yep. I didn't even see it, obviously. I also totally missed it. Good job, Queen. Okay. So if this is Clark, this is Lauren and her husband Jacob, right? Jacob Rafferty. Okay, so this is Lauren, which I think is this one. We'll do Lauren. You're not wrong. Lauren Roottrees. This is Jacob Rafferty with a picture of this guy. And she was an author? At least we can, I think we can, I mean, it says she's an author, right? Like, yeah, we had the whole thing about her writing books and all this stuff, so. Okay, there's also a lot of evidence we haven't gone over yet, so. Oh, there's more in here. Oh. Oh boy, okay. I like that I have to actually turn the music up and down because this other music is not my favorite thing in the world. It just kind of fades in the background though. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' diary in 1953. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who's on the notable Roottrees list, which we know Gwyn would have been her cousin. Yeah, sibling's cousin. Yes. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn is an only child. Yup. Once again, not an only child, not an only child. Is but doesn't have a star, not an only child. Cool. That's for sure Gwyn. Complaint of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. Oh, look, 3 younger brothers. Anyway. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. Aunt Margot. Aunt Margot. Okay, we have a name. Lauren has an aunt named Margot. Okay. Boom. Boom. I'm going to stay with her and Aunt Margot. I hope she would be the sister I never had and that I do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess. But she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Okay, so that just, again, solidifies that Gwen is Gwen. Would Margot not be the mom of Gwen? Yes. Good call, I guess. Whoops. Do we have just a Margot? Margot Light, maybe? We'll come back to that. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark, her kid. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and telling tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lee and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I'm jealous. Oh, interesting. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in the world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. And now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they'd rightfully scoff just like I do at Gwen. Yes, so literally she's the first one to not be a housewife, so we can assume that. We don't have a picture of her yet, though. Okay. An entry titled Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees' diary written in 1958. It focuses on the day her grandfather announced he would step down as president and meeting to determine his successor. Here we go. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granted, I was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long. Okay. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to his next gens. Is house husband an occupation? I don't think so, my man. This was not an occupation in the early 50s when a lot of this takes place. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who's volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but granted, it has always had a particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words pop, which is grandpa or dad? I think dad. My notes are such a fucking mess. This is gonna get crazy quickly. Where did it go? Pop is her dad, I believe. When he told Ma it wouldn't go to us, Mother even ever the quick-witted, or at least with the catty remarks, countered back. Maybe they wanted it to only go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. God damn. Okay. Lauren has been a gold mine of information. What can we use with it, right? So we know that none of the 5 pieces wanted to be the next president. So it fell to the next gens. Is that what they called themselves? The next gens. Clicking all over the place. It also then fell to Zach, who is the second oldest, which I don't think helps us. I wonder, do we have a photo? This is the 5 pieces, okay. Just quickly do this. Free spirits, this is the next gen. So based on based on her thing, she said Zach is the one who looks like he sampled the products. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. Caption: an attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance is Gwen. Okay, she's not there. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understand why including Sam. None of us understood why including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge after all these years. So one of you is the same as here. Which is hard to tell unless it's him. Is that Miracle? We don't know a lot about him yet, but that could be Miracle. And Miracle is a 5-piece. And he's also on here. Miracle Jr. True. That might be Miracle. Well, there's not a eye patch kid in this one, is there? No. This guy has sunglasses, though. So I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. Then the young guy in the 5-piece picture might be the one in the next gen pick. This one? I'm not following what you're saying, sorry. I'm also on a different wavelength. We know for sure this is Lauren, though. And Lauren be looking like this. But we also can't add another photo of her anyway, because she's not locked in. She got that little thing going on. Anyway. Wait, I can just do my history. What am I doing? Lauren Roottrees. I was trying to find... Was her dad or was her grandpa Pop? That's the one thing I'm trying to figure out now. There was a note that said it's somewhere, and now I can't find it because I'm bad at taking actual notes. So here we go. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop. Her father was Pop. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to make sure. So this is Pop. We don't know his actual name, or we might, but regardless, that's Pop. It just helps my mind a little bit. So I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, which means that this is Pop, and Eli looks similar to Pop. Eli, perhaps? One of Eli saying all the way loves the I was out of vote by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together, so we clumped in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The four of you clumped together. So Eli is one of her brothers. One of these guys here. And then, based on, sorry, it's so hard to remember where things are. Eli is not on this list, so let's go to the internet and search for Eli. Sorry, I get very focused on like trying to solve one thing, and that just helps my mind because there's so much information being thrown at us that I'm just like, I can just focus on one thing at a time. That'll help. Ain't nothing for Eli Roottrees, which is fine because he might have a different last name. Did Eli come up in this at all? I don't think so. Zach did. Yeah. And that's just like, especially this, it's like suddenly it's just like a shotgun of information. So this is the last thing that we wrote before we started looking at those photos. So okay. 1958, we're learning about the day that her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as the president of the Roottrees, and he's trying to find his successor. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Do we know who Clancy is? Let's focus on that right now. Clancy Roottrees, maybe? No, he's not a root tree. Or if he is, he's not searchable. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious. None of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding out so long. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. And her dad was a lawyer. We know that. Nobody's got time for candy. So with 5 pieces of research about questions. Yep. Her dad argued at length. Her dad, the lawyer, argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the root tree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. So Clancy is one of her brothers, and they do all have the root tree name. So Clancy Root Tree does not come up with anything. Interesting. Okay. But one of these 3 is Clancy. I don't know if we ever figured out Carl or James's dad, but we'll come back to that. But that's lead. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, if you use the name search. Oh, I see what you're saying. So like, wait, do I see what you're saying? Clancy. Like if I do this. Oh, on the family tree page. This thing. Men. There's Clancy Edward Root Tree and Clancy Jr. So there's these 2. So let's do Clancy Edward. Nothing there. Okay. Clancy Jr. No. But there's at least 2. Also, Eli probably didn't come because there's like 4 Elis, so interesting. Yeah, dude deleted his Facebook, hit the gym, and lawyered up. Okay. Back to the notes. So, her brothers are Clancy and Zach for sure. Clancy has the root tree name. I'm literally starting a new page for this. All right. Lauren has 3 brothers. One is Clancy. 2 is Zach. This is literally just for me to help keep things straight. It's not coming back for 30 fucking %. Clancy was volunteered. It ended up going to Zach. Even though his... No. Hold up. Nope, we know one is Clancy. Zach ended up as candidate / picked for next prez after Gramps. Zach is not one of these 3. Because these 3 have the root tree name, Zach does not. So Zach is somewhere here. I'm not sure how that's relevant for running a company, but granted, as also he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Yep. He is the... Well, can I just copy this? God, can you imagine if I actually did my homework the way, like, and took notes? The way I do it for a fucking video game. Siblings get ordered from oldest to youngest on the tree too. Okay, so I didn't know that, so that's good to know. So he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece, which means that... I guess I didn't realize that. Wait, does it? Oh, it does say this shit right here. Siblings are ordered birth. I guess in my head this was only for these 3, but that makes total sense. So Zach is the firstborn son. So he's here. So this is Zach. Oh, but which one is he? Wait, we don't know. Okay. But we know occupation is the second president, theoretically. Okay. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. Oh, wait. Firstborn son. My mistake. Boom. We don't know what his last name is. But we know that this is Angelica, Angie Morden, Zachariah Morden. We can put 2 and 2 together there, theoretically. And I'm the next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, you ever the quick-witted, at least with catting remarks countered. Maybe they wanted us to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Which then leads us back to me stereotyping this motherfucker right here being slightly heavier than the rest of them as being Zach. So we go here, we click on Boom Baladi, right? Where'd he go? There he is. Boom. Well done. Got a couple of them at least. Cool. Well, those 3 we were pretty fucking confident in. We got her husband and some more pictures. A lot of pictures. Booyah. Nice job. Nice job, us. Go us. Okay. So Zach got locked in. These 2 got locked in. This did not get locked in. Right. Interesting. I think that's the only one that didn't get locked in. It's possible we screwed up his thing because he only made one thing. So I think this is him for sure. And I'm agreeing that this is his wife. But this, he made one song. Does that really make him a musician? Anyway. All right. Okay. So, this is not what I wanted. I wanted this. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Also, I mean, that could be true, but like, it did lock in these photos too. So I think you can see enough of his face, but maybe not. Maybe there's a different photo we can use. I don't know. Regardless. Yeah, we'll keep going. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottree had given into his wife, and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time, Lauren writes. So, Sam... This is the... we've read Sam's name before. Somewhere. But we'll keep going. Was it a picture? Was it the picture maybe? Anyway. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize. Angie summoned all of the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's. Okay, Uncle Junior. Uncle... Well... Come back to that. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year at the reception. When I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. So there's a couple Elis. Even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seemed thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider is cozy into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup, why is Granddad making an exception now? So something weird is with Sam. What is Interesting. I think you're right, though. I think it was in the... Was it this one? Grandma insisted we include Sam if we want to. None of us understand why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still has a grudge after all these years. So, hang on, she said him, right? No, she never indicates Sam's gender. I guess I'm just assuming it's a man, but Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, even including Sam. He's technically a 5-piece, is referring to Miracle. And then the notes on Sam. Is that, yeah, well, I knew Miracle was in multiple photos. Like, this is the Free Spirits. Dude's got a crazy tie. Maybe taking after his dad. I don't know. Maybe that, I think, yeah, maybe that's Miracle. Anyway. If Miracle's a 5-piece, doesn't that mean he would be in the 5-piece too? Right. Like... This is Zach. This is Lauren. Right? Well, I'm assuming this is Lauren. Did I ever put her photo in? No, I didn't. I'm assuming this is Lauren and her 3 brothers right there, because they all squeezed in and people filled in around them. Dude with the sunglasses and crazy tie, I guess he would have to be a Miracle. Yeah. So this is Miracle and this is Miracle Jr. So that would mean, okay, I'm following. So this means this is a Miracle here. Yeah. I'm following now. I'm following. So this is Miracle. Did I ever even read this? I don't think I did. The picture is famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Dude, why didn't I never read this. I just looked at the fucking picture. Jesus. Okay, so Pop is the dapper looking dude with blonde hair. Kind of a smirk. Wait. Which I don't know if I know his name yet. Regardless, no. I want this one. Miracle is yes. Okay, It was taken to the new house that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden. Oh, they never took a second photo. It's Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. They never even took the second photo. Okay. So yeah, so I agree. This would be Miracle, Roottrees, Miracle Jr. would be this one then. Whoops. And he would be the small child. This one. Junior. So we know her dad was a lawyer. The 5 pieces, she says in her notes here. Architect, preacher, lawyer. They're all plural, but hard to say. But yeah, I think we can agree that's Miracle. That's Miracle Jr. We could also theoretically use this photo as him and then have the other one. What if his name is actually Pop? Fucking imagine. I don't think so. Okay. Okay. We've looked through the other photo. We've read through this thing about Sam, which is just weird. And this is about Clark. Here we go. One of the final entries called Clark from Lauren Roottrees' diary in 1964. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18. Yeah. He's barely 18, for God's sake. Oh, you're playing alongside. That's awesome. He's barely 18, for God's sakes, and Danielle isn't much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Fair enough. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pops forced Clancy to send him to the academy. So Clark is her kid. Carl is Clancy's kid. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue passive knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Jesus Christ. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Edward. Edward. This one, we have Zach locked in, so I'm going to just delete this piece, because we already know that. Hi. Hi, Eddie. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Oh, Jacob is her husband, duh. Yeah, okay. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up in the streets, even Clark. These are twins. Doesn't really help though. All right. Well, that was good info, regardless. Clancy and Edward. That's true. Well, can I though? Above Carl. Oh shit. Yeah, good call. Hang on. Yes. Yes. Yep. Discipline is Carl. That's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Yep. Good call. Good call. I just wanted to make sure I was following. So, this is Clancy. Tom. Clancy. Well, Clancy Edward Clancy Jr., which would make sense if we metagame it a little bit because he's the firstborn son. Because she was the oldest, she was the firstborn, period, but he was the firstborn son. So getting the name Clancy might make sense. Miracle Jr. is the only one we haven't like locked in. Okay. Far too young. He's barely 18. Danielle isn't much older. Did we confirm? Who is Danielle? Danielle Franks. Who are you? Who is this referring to? You know what I mean? Clark is getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake. And Danielle isn't much older. Because did we not agree that... Backup vocals by the LaRues. You know what? No. There's nothing on here that says they're married. It just says that they recorded the song together. So I just assumed. Apparently this is Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentioned that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it's only somewhat similar to their later works. Nothing says they're married. Like, it just says it was performed with. So he didn't marry her, he just sang with her. So Danielle is his spouse. Unless, hang on, you might be right. If Danielle was his first spouse because they got married so young and then later got divorced. Here, let's see if her name comes up anywhere. Danielle Franks. Probably not. Did I spell that right? Danny Ellie. Danny Ellie. I did spell it right. Okay. Regardless. Well, I think we come back to this. I think we... that just makes the most sense to me. Danny Ellie, yeah, isn't much older. Yeah, it's not going to help us, but I want it for my own peace of mind. So what was going on with this? To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry you were unable to attend the funeral. It's tradition. This is back to the Ernie thing. Okay, it's traditional to have it as soon as possible. And Ernie knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together. As well as Carl. Okay, let's do Ernie. Did I spell that right? I don't think so. E-R-N-I-E. Wow, names just look weird sometimes. I also feel weird spelling Roottrees because it's O-O-T-T-E-E. Like, it's just, I'm like, am I fucking this up? How about Clancy Edward Roottrees? So I was searching him. The clan said Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees, who was Elias's son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. Let me just... Elias's son. There. Boom. Okay. That checks out so far. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts, representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to the amount of ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The clan said Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried... This is not about him. This is about the trust. But it's named after him. Anyway, sorry. There have been a few situations where families have tried to force to remove another member from the trust. Most details are online and pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in '94. While looking into the Clancy Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee. Well, what the fuck is that? The 5-piece guarantee, in combination with the Clancy Trust, was Elias Roottrees' attempt to ensure that the Roottrees Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of the Roottrees president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. His attempt to ensure would remain a family business for eternity. The yearly salary of the president is always locked to the price of a single pack. That's crazy. Combined with the trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this is a smart business or a successful decision was widely debated. Okay. Interesting. That's a unique way to do it. Okay, let's do this now. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to Eric Wadden. With regards to the Clan Said Trust, a student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a Legal Oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clan Said Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottrees without completely dissolving the trust. Okay, so RR was born out of wedlock and committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. We assume that RR is like Robert Roottrees, right? Or something like R. Something like that. What is this, by the way? Why is this encircled? Does this mean they were her kids not with this person? Do I have anything in my notebook about that? Oops. School terms, cousins, no. Or is it locked? That could be true. So, no. Wait. Oh, I see, yeah. They're saying that RR was arguing that whoever they were trying to remove was born out of wedlock, and that individual committed a crime. Okay, got it. It's not that RR did that or was part of that, is that they were accusing another individual of that. Okay. So, this is interesting, but it doesn't really help us currently. But we can still presume that that is correct. I like how we're still back on her family. It's because we have the most info about it, honestly. Do we assume Clark is part of this photo? Clark, Carl, and Eli M are all in this photo. So yeah, we could maybe find a better picture of Clark down here. We have this one of Clark, who's in a green shirt. He's got kind of a scraggly looking beard. Scraggly beard, anybody? No beards here, actually. Do we assume this is Miracle Jr., perhaps? Although, Miracle Jr. also has a thing that we never searched. He has a star by his name, so Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he is shortened to Miracle Jr. Okay. He's a televangelist who's part of the Miracle Network. Oh. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the Northeast. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed that it was his wife Edith's sister in disguise. The author also mentions Edith had a bit of a checker past, doesn't clarify. He has since lost the television show, tours across the South, where he was not well known before the scandal. That's funny. So he's a total con man. Well, I'm zoomed in real big. All right, so this is Miracle Jr. So let's... What would that even be? Media mogul? Architect? No, what the fuck would that even be? No. Pro athlete, principal, president, preacher. There we go. His wife is Edith. Call it that. Miracle Jr. We could just do Miracle Roottrees as well for his father. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by Miracle Root Tree Estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Root Tree. Miracle Root Tree arrived so late in his mother's life, the doctor swore he wouldn't survive in his first year. Again, hence he's a child. In that photo, his mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by 14 years. Okay. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems, again, the eye patch. But still, with the power of God and anime on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name, and he took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life and glamour he left behind to reach those places that need it most. Yeah, okay, bud. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour, which is in your evidence. Holy shit. What does this thing look like? Holy, look at this dude.
Go ahead.
There it is.
Let that Holy Ghost language come up out of you.
Go ahead. That is the best fucking sound clip. That was perfect.
Don't fuck with me! I have the power of God and anime on my side!
Wait, Yep, that's the miracles. That's so funny. Holy shit, that's funny. Witness the power of the Lord in the summer 96. 3 generations of miracles tour. This is crazy. Featuring testimony from world famous Miracle Jr. and special appearance from Miracle Roottrees in his 68th year on God's earth. Children now welcome. Celebrate with your pastor Miracle Third and his wife Nicole. Holy, okay. This is baby Billy Freeman all over it. Holy shit, the righteous gemstones could never. All right, Miracle Jr. is said to be world famous, gets top billing. Miracle Jr. is on the notable Roottrees list. Okay, so now we also know that his son is Miracle on 3rd Street. Oh my god, that's crazy. And his wife is Nicole. There's probably multiple Nicoles. Madsen or Smith? Hard to know. Pastor. Wait. Preacher. Not pastor. Preacher, and he was also a preacher. Hey, we locked some stuff in. I agree. Alright, we've locked in everybody on the notable Roottrees list. I got that achievement. Holy shit. So we got her dad and the 2 miracles. And some other...
You're listening to
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45.
That's
It's
fun.
a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Rootree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Rootree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Okay, first of all, that was fucking funny. We're definitely an accomplice. Also, Barry, why did that get flagged? And there's no way for me to approve it. That's crazy. Well, anyway. You could try again. And, I don't know. Don't use such offensive language, I guess. Okay. New development. The G word. Yeah, that's crazy. It's okay. You heard something odd on the radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned that you could search for WRTD to find out more. Okay, we will do that. Okay, so these guys are locked in. We also locked the spouts in. Nice. We do have the photo of him. I need to turn this shit back down. That radio was ultra quiet. There we go. Boom. Boom. So Miracle Jr. is your boy right here. And then this is your boy here. Do we have another photo of him? Yeah, from the group photo, right? This one? Yeah, that one. Oh yeah, so we have it already, so. He's in this one. There he is, okay. We also have the baby photo, which we didn't. Boom, there we go. Okay. Okay. Did it? Yeah, his wife's name is Nicole, but there was 2 Nicoles, so we're not 100% sure. Okay. Well, that was a fun, crazy twist. Did we... Of course, in typical religious cult fashion, they don't mention his wife anywhere on here because she's a woman and therefore lesser. His mother and father named a miracle. Okay. And then there's nothing here about his wife, Nicole. We don't talk about his wife, apparently, though. Okay. Anyway. Neat. We have crossed off all notables here. The 5 pieces. All right, well. How far? Man, we're already 2.5 hours into this shit. Goddamn. Okay, so we got... What about Margot Light Root Tree? Nothing. Interesting. What about just Margot? Although, wait, would she have the same name? Yeah, she had to have been. Because she was their kid, so... Unless she took her husband's name. Her, Gwen. I think we searched her and she was the actress, right? She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name. So she was a Roottrees then. Although, yes, she kept her maiden name because the father took the maiden name. So yes. So let's look at a list of names again. Oh God, I need to keep my shit straight. Okay. This name here. Roottrees. Margot Light Roottrees, right here. There's nothing for that, though. Huh. We only have Business Watch as a periodical still. Public Library doesn't really help with that because the only person we have books for is her. Who are the Mordens? Isn't there Morden? Didn't we find somebody named Morden? I thought we had a Morden, but maybe we just... Also, hey, we locked in Danielle as his spouse. The Mordens are far left. Her, there she is. Yes, thank you. Angelica and Zach? Yes, Zach. Let's start looking at them. Let's look at Angelica first, see if anything comes up. A Munchlax. Did I spell that right? Angelica. We probably get better luck with Zach, to be honest. Angelica, I think I did. Zachariah. Zach, oh God. Z-A-C-A, Raya. Is it though? Wouldn't it just be an egg? Nothing for Zachariah more. What about just Zach? What the fuck? How? Wasn't he the fucking president of this company? Am I out of my mind? Text. This. How? That's crazy. Their mother would have been a daughter of Elias, right? Yes. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn five-piece. Which, yes, theoretically... would be James Morden. Because she would have taken his name. How many females are... Ah, haha, good point. 2. And then do we have info about it? Angie and I wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. Is this Sam? No. No, yeah, because the 5 pieces, it's only the 5. But damn, if she doesn't look a hell of a lot like her, kind of, I guess. Angie and I. So, Aunt Gwen is married to James? What? Who? What? What? I'm sorry. You lost me. Oh, wait. Here. James Gwen? There's several, obviously. Gwyneth, Gwendolyn, and... Gwendolyn Morden, actually. Nothing. So, how did you get there, though? Go back to photo. Ah, I see. I'm following. Yep. I suppose stop the tantrums. They posed in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Yep. Okay. However, these 3. Is this... There was something about... Hang on. Pause. I'm gonna pause real quick. I'm gonna go back to the Sam thing. So Angie summoned us to Next Gen's. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands EC and John when he used to drive past the old farm on his way to work. EC and John and Sam. Would that not theoretically be EC, John, and Sam? And it's letting me take a picture of Sam? So, dude has a long-ass beard and some wavy hair? And if he's in this photo... I'm not seeing it. So, that completely falls flat. But yeah, the 2 women are Gwen and Margot. Gwen is there. Margot is there. Miracle is there. Clancy is there. So this has to be the other dude then in that photo. This guy? Mr. fucking Big Shot, Frank Sinatra looking ass. This guy? But we don't have his name, so at least I don't. Between streaming and chatting and playing, I don't know his name. It might be right in front of us, but I don't have it. Margot has blonde hair like her daughter. Yes, so theoretically, good call, good catch. Margot, housewife, spouse. Yep. They look similar as well. Which means that this would be this. Gwendolyn, housewife, because she is literally on this list up here. So we've got the 5 pieces, theoretically. We don't know who this is, though. This still has a ton of info that I don't and can't really do anything with yet. There's probably good stuff there, but I think we have to come back to it. The Sam thing is bugging me, though. They insisted the 4 of us stand together. Has to be these 4 here. So these are her brothers, which are Clancy Jr. and then, what did I say in my notes? One is Edward. Oh, which would make sense because his name was Clancy Edward. Okay. We still don't know her last brother's name. I mean, that's stretching, right? But this guy looks like the youngest, so do we say him? The other two, it's be a little tricky. Okay, let's change gears. Let's do the other name. So he's Roottrees. What? Oh, I see. Imagine. If there's a Roottrees. Ronald Roottrees, though, and Robert, so could be one of those two, but it's not George RR. What is the radio? This WRTD. All right. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segment at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview with a psychologist. The fuck? Yeah, dude. Investigative jazz. You were very close. During the interview, it's revealed that there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to hoist the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the root tree curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture has evidence on it." What the fuck? What the fuck are they talking about? There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says, "The root trees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but three of the 5 presidents of the root tree company have died mysteriously. Oh. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in '82 and nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence." Okay. This is a name I want to come back to. God damn it. Well, that saves me from that, I guess. Really? There's nothing about this dude? Huh. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapped, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. Holy shit. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. This post, the post before has a link to a site that talks about how the Earth has how the Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. Okay, what the? Hang on, I'm losing my mind. The post that has a link the post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has a 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. Holy shit, we're past 4chan right now, levels of conspiracy. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Rath75 at prodigy.us, a very legit website, asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. Bro, this is wild. The first entry is from '96 and has a blurry picture of the root tree candy from a factory, seemingly taken from the author's website. From behind a fence through some trees, it seems that Operation R229 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website footage says all images owned by Thomas Overwood. Okay. All right. There's a lot to process here. So, all right. So, Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in '82. So Guy is the 3rd president, right? Because Zach is the 2nd, yeah. And you are the 5th. So Guy, who I'm pretty sure we've read his name before somewhere. Ernie Madsen Jr. is the 4th president. So Guy equal 4th pres. Ernie Madsen Jr. 5th pres. No. 4th pres. And this is 3rd. Guy was in one of the photos, yeah. Gardevoir. Okay. Operation. All right, we're going deeper down the rabbit hole right here. All right. You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the root trees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day so long as it isn't discovered until the day is over. This is like the Purge. You can just get away with crime. Oh my god. Every 4 years on a leap year, the Root Tree Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Holy shit, how deep does this go? This goes all the way to the fucking top right here. This is crazy. Why am I helping these people? Their proof is that the Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol, polyricinoleate, polyricinoleate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it was first released. They claimed it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. You do an medicinal I was going to do that anyway. You do an medicinal search for polyglycerol polyricinoleate, and it seems to be an emulsifier used in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. I was 100% going to search this next. Same thing. Okay. I don't think there's anything else here for me to search, other than the fact that, like, this is a fucking conspiracy that goes all the way up to the top, and we need to put a stop to it immediately. That's so funny. That's so funny, dude. Okay. So, other than giving us the presidents, did we really learn anything from this? Because it seems kind of nuts. This is the interview. It wasn't a break-in. Okay. So, Morden, I don't think that was Madsen. Ernie Madsen Jr. Do we have an Ernie on the sheet, right? There's a couple different Ernies. Ernie. Ernest. There we go. Maybe that's why. What the fuck? Ernest? Well, yes. Yes, he was. We learned that early on, did we not? Yep, right there. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root. There it is, yeah. Okay, and a second cousin is people that share the same great-grandparents, but not the same grandparents. Okay, so your great-grandpa, but not... So you're not part of this web, but you are part of... I guess theoretically over here, more likely here. Also, possibly over here too. I'm taking away his occupation, by the way. I don't think he was a musician. I think that's what's fucking us. Second cousin, a little bit trickier to figure out. So this, though, we know Ernie died. Ernie, aka Ernest. Oh, wait. Carl and Brenda, Carl carried on for him after taking over. Yeah. So this is Ernie's family, theoretically, right? Caught it too late for him to get on the donor list. The companies took care of his dreams. Ernie and I, Carl commits the trust. So Debbie. This is Debbie and Nicole. So Ernie had a kid. Ernie would have been here. So not here, because no kid, no kid. Also, we know who this is. This I'm still a little weirded out about. Maybe related to this somehow. It could be theoretically here, but I'm thinking more along the lines of here. This doesn't make sense because they split up. So I don't think here. I'm thinking here. I'm thinking Ernie is here or here. And possibly here because, again, photo opportunity. But that's metagaming. So this would theoretically, I'm just going to see. There's two Nicoles. Ernie Madsen, I'm pretty sure we just figured out was his name. Ernest Madsen, yeah. So if we do Nicole, work our way up. Nicole Madsen, I'm guessing she's a kid. All right. Well, son of a bitch. That's a bingo. Hell yeah. Did I stretch for that? Maybe a little bit, but I don't know. It made sense. I put it together.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it. But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottrees.
I also don't think what I did was too far of a leap in logic. But anyway.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person.
15.
I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okay. Like, the photo thing was probably the only thing leading me to this, but regardless. So this is, what's her name? Debbie? Deborah Bean? Debbie. Like, there's no other Deb name on there, right? Deb. No, that's got to be her. And then this is Ernest Madsen Jr., who was the 4th president, because Carl was the 5th. I don't believe we have a photo of him yet, though. And if we're assuming, although, no, that's right, because then you would be Ernest Madsen. Wait, Madsen? No, Morden, Madsen, two different things. Okay. We also got, oh, this is just the story so far. Okay. Let's clean some shit up here. Yeah, Carl Roottrees. We don't need any more. We got this. TMS we got already. Brenda was the wife. This is all about the girls. We don't need any of this anymore. Wolf and the Floozies we figured out. Okay. Ernest Madsen would be the spouse, not the picture. Oh, yeah, because the names, obviously. Yes. I'm following. Theoretically, at least. Because, yeah, Roottrees. Yeah, so they had, this is the mom. Anyway, I want to clean this shit up some more. Carl, we've solved Carl already. Elias and Carl Roottrees. Elias is you, we solved that. Carl's cousin was Jim, we solved this. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr. Yep, so we figured out where Ernie Jr. goes. We're good there. Peter, that one we didn't figure it out. Ernie's Mythful of Love. We just solved that part. Gwen is right here. Somewhat well-known actress, acting in the 50s, tabloids. Highly publicized divorce, right there. The book, which was her Lauren's. Loss of her husband Jacob. Left to raise her son Clark, which again we also didn't have the occupation, so that's why we haven't locked him in yet. Lauren never remarried, only had one child. Delete. Lauren, we solved. I do want to get into that because he's shown up a couple of times. The summer where she stayed with her and Aunt Margot, which we did lock in successfully. Blonde to fit in with them. Yep. Good to go. Her father, referred to as Pop, head lawyer. He's solved and locked in. These are also good. Company info. Run by president. The site. Good there. Lauren has 3 brothers. This I'm going to keep because we need to find out where Guy is. So let's. Okay, things are a little more clean now. Yes, I want to figure out what the hell MMM is. Or why don't I just fucking search MMM magazine? I can't fucking spell. MMM is an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the 80s. It went out of business due to high competition, much more major public. Okay. It said I got something. Was it added to this? Ah, there we go. So what about what's his face? This guy. Aha, there we go. Peter Janowitz wrote a great many reviews and articles for MMM. You don't see anything relevant anywhere in the first 2 pages results, and there are too many results to look through them all. If you're looking for specific album names or artist new music, better list those instead. Okay, how about the Floozies? How about... Didn't he write some shit on this? Although, I guess, do we really even need that anymore? Probably not. Here we go. Yeah. And it also, they only had one review that wasn't a real review anyway. So anyway, a review and interview 79, a reluctant hitmaker. Jim goes into his first band. Is Jim the guy? Peter's the guy. Anyway. Until a few years ago. Oh, he's talking. Okay, this is Jim. This is Jim. Okay, anyway. Mareep. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J, J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, grew up with brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So the 4 of us had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on at our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music. So, are we thinking... No, wait, she's Jessica, right? No, she's Diamond. But Jessica is the other. Jane. Thank you. Thank you. Who is this? Clark and Jane, Diamond and Jim. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry. It's very hard to keep track of all this sometimes. Okay. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. Family band. Diamond walked in on Clark with Jane. Okay. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more into catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that. That was my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh. I'm trying to make art. Jesus Christ. I don't want saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer tunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than a songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to the Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls, all of the record player, but I was never just went straight for music. Clark was paying more attention. So he started this. A website called Raffer Tunes. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. Bingo, bango, advertising. On it, there is an about page, and you'll find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is in more detail. Clark was at a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture. Which means that we now have Clark, his wife, and their 2 kids. Ba-ba-boom. You found the photo in the Raffer Tunes website. It was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait. Yep. Cool. Which also means we got a better picture of Clark, his wife. Oh boy. Bro has been through the ringer. Okay. He married Danielle. For sure. These 2. So this one's Katrina. Although, who is this then? If this is not Jane, because if they if these have the last name Rafferty LaRue, why would she be up here if they split up, right? She would not take her last name. Katrina Rafferty LaRue has to be her, has to be the girl who's pissed off. She is a child. I mean, this girl has to be the other girl in the photo. You have to be her. And yeah, it has to be, what was her name? Jane LaRue? And Diamond LaRue? That still seems weird to me though. Inspiration for the famous ad campaign. What if I search this? How many Rafferty? I always want to say Lafferty. Rafferty LaRue names in the where is it? It's in here. It's in here. It's in here. Just the two, at least girls. And there's 3 Raffertys: Chris, Clark, and Jacob. This is Jacob. This is Clark. Chris has to be here, right? Yeah, I agree. Process of elimination, it has to be Jessica. I mean, it has to be, like... I don't... Yeah, like, there's nothing that could have led us there, but again, process of elimination, that makes the most sense. Ernest Madsen, Deborah Bean, the photo. So it's not her. We locked in Deborah, we locked in Nicole, but it's not her. Right? Because it would have locked in her name too. So it's not her. It's, yeah, it can't be her. Right? Because, like, I can't change these names. I can change, yeah, that. So this one must be Jessica or Jane then, which, that's wild to me, but okay. And then this must be her. That's so fucking weird. Unless, I mean, is there another LaRue? There's a Kim LaRue. Bro, how many sisters did this guy go through? What the fuck? This is the inspiration for AMC's Sister Wives. What the fuck? This family is fucked, man. Holy. Alright. Did I spell LaRue right? I can probably just search it here. I don't know why I bothered typing anything. Yeah, okay. I mean... I don't want to... that feels weird to just lock in Kim there without having never read her name and anything else before, right? Like... That's crazy. Okay, we have this picture of Clark. He's also he's one of these, right? Like, but hard to peg him. Dang, that's wild. Okay. We haven't looked at this in a while. We don't know who these two are. Flyer candidate Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article about Butler County. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. 22 years later, baby due around Christmas, her message is love is our future. The handwritten note is to Carl. I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement in support of Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation from CM. Somebody is talking to you, CM. Search the newspaper. Oh, this. Haha. Butler County is located outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottrees Candy Company now has headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. Butler County Times is presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. It's been automatically added to your periodical search interface. Nice. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County or even had any connection to Butler County. What the fuck? Why is this getting so meta all of a sudden? That's so random. Okay. So we now have the Butler County Times. Yeah, can I? I have to, right? The Roottrees Are Dead, not to be confused with a similar game called The Flute-Knees Are Bread, is a video game about a fictional family called the Roottrees and about discovering their lineage after the Roottree sisters are killed in a plane crash. The game takes place in Butler County, which is a real county in Pennsylvania, but uses fictional elements such as a fake newspaper called the Butler County Times. The creator of the game does not know anyone who lives in Butler County and has never even been there. Instead, he just randomly picked somewhere on a map near a major metropolitan area that sounded reasonable and hoped not to somehow accidentally offend the people that actually lived there. Holy shit, that's incredible. I'm absolutely Googling Butler County, Pennsylvania right now. That is fucking awesome. Butler County. Yep, it's a real place. It's a real place. Just, it's like east of Cleveland and north of Pittsburgh. That's funny. The Flute-Knees Are Bread. No way this has something, right? You're really doing this, aren't you? I got an achievement for that. All right. Yeah, okay. Glad we're on the same page. The Flute-Knees Are Bread is a game about a fictional family of ducks who live near Duckler County. Their 3 sons, the Flute-Knee brothers, accidentally offended a witch who turns them into bread. They are then eaten by some of the other citizens of Duckler County. It's all quite grim. The player must identify all of the ducks in the area, their lineage, and of course their occupations to find out, according to the slogan, which ducks killed Flute-Knees? Which ducks? If you're looking for a hint for that game, I heard one of the ducks is a bank robber who goes by the name The Safe Quacker. There. I hope you're happy. Now go back to looking into the Roottrees. That is fucking awesome. Oh my god, that's incredible. There's no way it goes deeper than that. If you get the achievement and everything, that's really funny. Oh, that's funny. Okay. So, Butler County, we have the article now. So let's search for, yeah, one more page that just says stop or like kicks you out. All right, I want to search for Stephanie Jones in the Butler County Times. The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Oh, so it's already happened. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Okay, Stephanie, I'm going to check really quick. Stephanie Jones is not there. Landon is there, though. Okay. Absol, Daenerys. Daenerys, there's an Absol. Hey. Chop Chop, that's your Pokemon. She grew up in a home without a father, with my mother and her partner. Oh. I essentially had an entirely female influence. That's cute. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees. Ooh, okay. Her mother, Caroline, though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out as opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love into the world. Okay. So... all right. So, Okay, Stephanie Jones. Did I spell her name right? No. Yeah, I did. Stephanie Jones. Stephanie Landon. Mom is Caroline Landon? I would assume. I'm also assuming we can search for her in this periodical because she's also been in this thing. No, apparently not. Doesn't it say who has appeared on the front page of the Caroline in the past? Caroline? Unless she had a different name. There are apparently a lot of people named Caroline that you can report on your find a search. Okay, well, how about... Do I have a list of Caroline? There's no Landon. Caroline Morden. There was a CM, you're right. Yeah, I didn't assume so. So, CM were the ones who wrote the letter to, they wrote this. So Stephanie's mom, CM, perhaps? Although she had two moms, right? She grew up in a home without a father. My mother and her partner. I had an entirely female influence. I say two moms, but she had two female parental individuals. Her partner could have been Landon, yeah. What about damn. What if we just Google her? Did we do that already? Yeah, that just points us here. What if we Google this? Nope. I mean, yeah, it would be, theoretically, it would be one of these four. Yeah, and she also has been outspoken about opposed to the corporation's policy regarding deforestation of indigenous trees. Her mother, Caroline, and she grew up in a home without a father. Could this be Stephanie? A politician, I guess? Married to, do we know his name? Brian Jones, there we go. Yeah. And then this would be Caroline Morden. I don't know if we have a picture of her yet, though. Caroline is here. But again, good luck. She's pregnant. That doesn't really help though. But Zach kind of has Zach. All right, never mind. I was gonna say she kind of has reddish hair, but they, I mean, you can kind of stretch and see a lot of them kind of have reddish hair. Anyway, we have 1, 2, 3 people down out of this list, so that doesn't really do a lot for us. I think I like this though. But so does it say adoption? I don't think, does it say adoption anywhere? She grew up in a home without a father because, yeah, like if she had Stephanie, then they immediately split up and she found spouse, right? So can we fill Landon's second spouse's name? Oh, I see. Is there another Landon? Stephanie Landon is you. Oh, but is this Landon? Mark Landon? Because we don't know your name. We also don't know, does it say a local artist? There you go. I mean, he's the only other Landon in the list. So, I mean, I would presume because she grew up with 2 mothers, so these 2 would be here. But again, it bugs me. It says, so her mother Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past. Like, and she's a distant cousin to the Roottrees, right? Like, y'all still have the Roottree name over here, distant cousin. I think this tracks. I just need Caroline Morden. What if I try that? Or maybe I already tried that. I guess I'm doing this way. Right, it's Morden, which I just tried to search in here. Because she was, I mean, she had to be Zach's daughter. I feel like we're close. Try to figure out which Roottrie hired you, the one that can. Imagine if it's, yeah, which one was the one who hired us? That is interesting. Right? Because you can get kind of crazy. Yeah, what if it's her spouse? Or his spouse? Or Sam. Yeah, it could be Sam. This is bugging me, though. Why can I not find any info about you? Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. So you're saying mom was a fighter. Can I search the local artist in the paper? Pfft, imagine. Yep. The miracles are pulling the strings, honestly. Deforestation of indigenous trees? What if I try that on Google? Ah, it's bugging me. What if I search Brian Jones? Brian Jones is a famous athlete who broke a pole vaulting record in 1954. He doesn't seem to be related to Roottrees. I feel like if we're different Brian Jones, we need to search more local resource. Okay, well, how about we search him? Where does his name go? There it goes. In the paper. Okay. Many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to not let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way, he laughs. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing in the state of Pennsylvania, or search us online. I designed the website myself. Well, if you insist. Graphic and Print is a company that, according to this website, has time. The website seems fancy. It has frames. The website lists the address, hours, fees of clients. Stephanie Jones campaign mailers. Roottrees Company. Butler County Holiday Light post banners. Miracle Network tour flyers. There you go. Roottrees Motors. What is that? You find a hit for Roottrees Motors on the Jones graphic, which I've already seen. We'll go back to that and search that in the paper. Butler County School District, various banners and posters. Butler Summer Theater, Children of Eden. We also do web design coming in today. Okay, well, let's look for this at a local thing. We have not searched the Miracle Network. There's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Roottrees Motors is run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently changed to include a picture. 3 different versions of an ad. Oh, okay. Well, we got some more evidence. Wilkins Motors is now Roottrees Motors. We may have a new name, but we promise we're still the family business. Sweeter family. Okay. 77. So when did they join? In 74. Your local family mechanic service in the entire Pittsburgh area. Oh ho ho, who are you? Roottrees Motors ad presented that is presently running, first appeared in 1996. Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years, is a family business that also that Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Doubtful. Polywag, that's Gen 1. Tessa Roottrees is a new name with no information. How about, whoops, too far. Tessa Roottrees, nope, excuse me. Nothing, okay. Tessa Roottrees, huh? One of these days, Joel. One of these days, you'll make it happen. Tessa Roottrees. Interesting. Okay, let's go back to here and search the Miracle Network. We did search this. We did search this one. We did search Roottrees Motors as well. because it's like, it's nothing. And then when you pull it up on this site, we pull out these advertisements. Tessa's a new name though, which I'm assuming is on our list as well. Oh, that's men. Hang on. There she is. Yep, Tessa. Who did I highlight? Stephanie Landon. Yeah. I probably don't need to have this highlighted anymore. That's fine though. We could search Wilkins Motors. Good point. We could search that. Yeah, okay. Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins. Older ads are relevant, so. I mean, I can Google this as well, but I don't know if that'll do anything. Yeah, that's fine. So we got you. But we still don't have your mom, which is the whole reason I was starting this. Your website looks like this. Butler County School District. I mean, we could do Butler Summer Theater too. Butler Summer Theater has been around for 30 years. They perform in plays and musicals with the cast and crew from in and around the area. Hundreds of mentions of their performance, not just in reviews, but nearly identical advertisements for their box office tickets. Yearly announces upcoming shows. They also tend to think of full page and it just says thank you. They have a website. Okay, well, let's check it out. Butler Summer Theater. Boop, and a boop, and a boop. Butler Summer Theater performs plays and musicals during the summer. As it's not summer currently, the website has a thank you message up. Stay tuned for announcement. Credits of a musical, which seem to be the final show they perform. Cast list, none seem relevant. Below the cast list, posters by Jones. But this one, choreography by November Studios. That's new. That's something we haven't seen before. November Studios. A local dance school, they advertise. Okay, well, how about the paper? How about we search you on the paper? Boom. Instead of November Studios, maybe they should have called this place No Mention Studios because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought, though. Okay. Well, I tried. Wasn't there a picture that had November on the back? Yes. This one. But based on this not giving me like any information in either the paper or the web, I don't know if that gives us much. I mean, it's a good connection for sure, but I mean, I don't, you're right, I don't get it. Right, girl. Oh, I can look at these. That's fun. Huh, I didn't even think we could look at this. School district, we could do that. Jones Garkin Print, Butler County School District. I'm assuming, yeah, they'll have nothing in there. Whoops, about this. But what about the paper? If you could highlight, please, that'd be so helpful. Nothing relevant. What about Children of Eden? It's a musical, songs. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson really likes it, realized it could kind of fit timeline-wise with the game he was making, and decided to use it as something fake as a kind of Easter egg. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs. The hardest part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button to go back to Jones instead of searching. You should probably search for whoever was performing it. Thanks, Jeremy. That's really funny. I already searched this, though. Did I search it in the... I'm pretty sure I searched it on the paper first. This is 1998. They didn't have those kinds of lists yet. It was the Wild West of the internet. Full page ad at the end says thank you and lists the names of the shows they perform with no additional information. They have a website. I know. I feel like I'm going in circles, though, with this. All because, literally, I'm doing this because I want to find a fucking picture of her mom. That's the only reason I've been doing all this. Her mother, Caroline. Caroline, we're assuming Morden, right? So what if I feel like I've done that already. Listed a few artist websites with oh, hang on, we haven't done this yet. An organization founded in the 70s, the acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. What if I do... what if we search this in the paper? Fuck. It has been 10:04 p.m. for a long time. Also, holy shit, I've been playing for 3.5 hours. Oh my god. I had no idea. Do that acronym. What do you mean? What do you mean do that acronym? I searched it and it just comes up with this. Did I? I honestly was locked the fuck in. I must have not... yeah. I also... okay, thank you. I'm not crazy. I swear I searched her name in here already. Boy. I swear on my life I searched for her fucking name more. Did I do it backwards? Maybe... maybe I did this, and you have to do it like this. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's my bad. That's my bad. Also, hi, Micah. It's been a minute. Whew. All right. You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Carolyn Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book. There we go. We can search this too. A self-portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. What the fuck? They should absolutely be equals. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Okay. Here is the picture. There she is, looking absolutely phenomenal, by the way. Thank you for saying something to there, because I was going to lose my mind. Hell yeah, Caroline. Go, girl. Just love the Scooby-Doo vibe she's got going on. Image is accompanied by a local art story in Carolina County Times. Caroline standing next to her sculpture. Yeah. And on, like, we knew this is her, right? We know she's an artist. We know she's, like, we had it. It's just, like, I didn't get the full details, so. Good Lord. All right. So that's her. Next to her thing. Okay. So yeah, let's do book Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. Let us do this in... Oh, no. I actually just want to copy this. Public Library, book title by her. Dedicated to Elise and Stephanie. Okay, those are names. Eloise and Stephanie. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. Thanks, game. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie, gave up. So her sister Gwendolyn, so we know this is Gwendolyn Roottrees, has to be? No, wait. Because, wait. Where do we have Gwendolyn Roottrees? We have her somewhere, apparently. We have Gwyn Roottrees. Oh, Micah, this whole fucking game is like a research paper. That's Gwyn Roottrees, but not Gwendolyn. Why does it have her thing? Gwendolyn, oh. Gwendolyn Morden, I think we already had. Gwyneth Madsen, maybe? No, Gwyneth, oh, wait, hang on. Okay, you're Gwendolyn Morden. Her sister is Gwendolyn Morden as well. We'll come back to this. Wait, hang on. She didn't get locked in at any point. So this could be wrong. Also, wouldn't she be a Roottrees? Hang on. Maybe that's why. I'm so fucking dumb, bro. I'm so fucking dumb. She's a Roottrees. She's one of the first 5. She has to be. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Got the picture. Look at all this shit we're locking in. Booyah. All right. She's Gwendolyn Roottrees. She's Gwendolyn Morden because she's Zach's kid. There we go. All right. That helps a lot. No. It's okay. I didn't. It's fine. It's fine. That was just. It was a miss. Yeah. We did it quickly and we never like went back to her, so that's totally fine. All right, and her cousin Bonnie gave up on her. Okay, anyway. Circling back. In the intro, Caroline talks about her influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and her cousin Bonnie gave up on their dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriage has led her to even double down on her passions, art, and the environment. Their marriage has led her to double down on her passions, art, and environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. That would be Mr. Mark Landon. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, Baba-Boom, to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark, which we've already locked in, led to the most volatile movements in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her...
_ just resubbed for 40 months.
Thanks, man. Also, hi, welcome. I thought you weren't supposed to be here. Oh, unless I've been streaming so long that you can wake up. Settling for boring men, been there, done that. Preach that shit. Do we have any other... Maybe. We'll come back to that. Let me finish this. Her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art, and the beauty of women. Fucking preach that shit. Anyway. We've been going for a while. I looked down probably about like 15 minutes ago and I was like, holy fuck, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. So at this point, we're just going to go until I pass out. So, because this game is intoxicating, maybe is the right way to put it. So yeah, good morning. I don't know. Med, what we're doing is we're filling out a family tree. That's literally it. We learned at the very start of the game that this man and his 3 daughters and his wife, I think, perished in a tragic plane crash. And so their family is super rich and loaded, and we're trying to like solve the inheritance issue by putting together a family tree through all of this evidence here that we've been gathering. So doesn't sound exciting when you explain it that way, but like once you start diving into it, it becomes just like addictive to try to like solve all these little pieces and breadcrumbs and everything that they're giving us. So it's been very fun. So because obviously I've completely lost track of time. Yeah. Okay. So we have that article still pulled up. Let's do what Michael was asking, and let's see if there's like incorrect info that we have locked in somewhere. So let's just do the list, right? So we're good here. Good here. We don't have enough there to lock anything in, because I think it locks in the whole thing if you have it right. Right? Like it wouldn't lock this in. Like it has to be the whole thing. We did, again, here we don't have the full picture. Yeah, you need all 3 pieces, right? So we don't know about these yet. Everything's good here. This is the one where we're having some trouble. Clark's photo he's one of the people in this picture, so we don't have that yet because we just don't know. We did find out, okay, so Jane LaRue was here. This is her picture. I hesitate to do this, but my man was going through the entire LaRue family, so we'll put Kim here and see if that works on our next lock-in. This we all had solved for already. He's good. We don't have enough info about these people yet. She's good. I think we had all this shit solved already. Yeah. So I think we're good in terms of info that we already had preset. So her brother-in-law is Dr. Wilson. So that would be here. that could be any of these 4 people. So we can't go there yet. Her cousin would be Bonnie. So one of these 2 is Bonnie. Right? Her cousin Bonnie. The rest of this we already had kind of figured out. What else can we pull out of this? That's good. It's good that's been like chill at least for you. I'm glad it hasn't been like a crazy thing. Yeah, it seems like the game's pretty clear about being like, oh, distant cousin or like third cousin or whatever, right? So convince her father, Zach, marriage to Mark. Her sister Gwendolyn, yeah. Yeah, where were those 2 names? It was like Eloise. Was that back 1 page? 2 pages? Where was that? Because Eloise, there was an Eloise and another thing, right? Oh, here, and Stephanie. So Stephanie, yeah, it's possible. Stephanie's her daughter, so Eloise. Oh, it's just literally Eloise. She doesn't have any other name, so I'm happy trying to punch that in, yeah. All right. I should probably end up calling it here. Otherwise, I'll literally could do this all night. Definitely doing this next week though, and I'm gonna struggle to not play this for a week. But I think we're at a decent point here, right? We just finished up Caroline and her daughter Stephanie, which means that we also. Where did there it is. We figured this out. This is good. We have both of them done. CM is her mom, Caroline. We have that figured out. This is Caroline. It has a 6 in terms of like I mean, I could search Atlantis Burden. I could search Atlantis Burden in here. We read this already. Yes. Did I ever Google 5-piece? Honestly, I probably didn't. Wait, I spelled it right. I-E-C-E, yeah. What? Hang on. What if I... 5 pieces. There it is. I'll go for like a little bit more. We'll see if we can get another breadcrumb to work with. But I have to call it eventually. Okay. From marketing materials and various candy history sites feeling the 5 pieces and kind of candy. They're no longer the company's only popular product. They still do well to this day. Yeah, one other hour or two is fine. 5 pieces are small, colorful candies. Have we read this? I don't think we have, actually. Okay. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. Its tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination of maple have remained consistent. There's a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertising scan from a book called The Sweet... Okay, so we'll look up that book. When you click through to the website, it seems like all of their image links are broken. Well, okay, well, the website does seem to be broken. How about The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee? Nope, I want to do it in the library. I need to... Sorry. This is like me on an actual computer. Can I can't search it on the library. Do this here. All right. Published in 1985, this is a part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the additional hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements you find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 30s added to evidence. Okay. So we got a new piece of evidence here. It's a miracle. A modern candy for a modern society. Roottrees 5 pieces contains 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business. Our flavors are inspired by our children. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, C is for cinnamon extract, and M is for melon. And introducing M for miracleberry, there's 2 M's. G-E-C-E-M-M. Miracleberry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today. The fuck? Okay, well, this is the order of the kids, which I think we already have figured out. Grape would be Gwendolyn. Yep. You, we can figure you out, though. Elderberry. They have to be, right? Cinnamon extract is Clancy Edward. Melon is Margot, and Miracle is Miracle. You are the elderberry. What the fuck is an elderberry? What even is an elderberry anyway? It says literally right here. He could be Elias Jr. because you're Elias Sr. as the firstborn son. That would track, actually. Elias Roottree, his firstborn son would be Elias Jr. Roottree. That would track. Yeah, I can search... Yes, here we go. No. Would he have gone by a different name? Because Elias Roottree is going to give a... What the fuck? Really? Did we not? Yeah, okay, it's the fucking name thing. So... There it is. Elias Roottree Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He is listed alongside an old residence that is preserved called the Hunchetop House. About to abandon the building and to come up empty. What the fuck? What about periodicals in here? A small feature details a building called that Elias Jr.'s oldest son. There you go. Hunchetop's house. Okay. So yeah, there we go. So we confirmed that he is the oldest son, which places him here. That tracks. Did it say his architecture firm? So, architect? Okay. Madsen Ernest Jr. Madsen Ernest. So he had a daughter. So well, yeah, she would have been a root tree, but I also have a shit ton of root tree names to pick from, so I can't just like shot in the dark here. I also don't know who this person is, how they came into it. What about Clancy Roottree Jr.? Maybe I wasn't spelling their names right or doing this wrong. Clancy Roottree Jr. Well, just Clancy Roottree. Am I spelling his name right? Clancy Roottree. Edward Roottree. How about Edward Clancy? Did I spell it wrong? Irrelevant. Yeah, it's all this shit about him being a lawyer. We read this before. The company mandates account is created for blood relatives at birth. Yep, this is the whole trust fund thing. And then we got into the whole RR thing. The 5-piece guarantee. Yes, we read this. Yep. The Roottrees versus RR was legal oddities, and there was RR was attempting to disband somebody from the trust. So oh, yeah, what the fuck? Okay, maybe I definitely read this part earlier, but I don't think I ever got through this whole thing. Yeah, no, that's just what I realized. Okay, I'm gonna go through this again. Roottree was the founder and the first president of the Roottrees Company. You'll find what is essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottrees Candy Company. Yep. At the top, there's a picture of him and his wife Gwendolyn, and pictures to add to your evidence. Yep. So I think I got basically this far. I went and found the picture of him and then fucked off. So here we go. There's also a biography section that has some additional. Elias is credited for inventing 5 pieces of popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottree Legacy by Bess Williams. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Below that, there's a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one stands out, like his great-grandson Carl. Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. Right, we figured that shit out, but we'd never looked at this book, which is called that by Bess Williams. Thank you. An old book about Elias for truth. There's no identifiable version of this book possible to find these days. Cool, that was so helpful. I thought I was on something. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book. That is brutal. That's just like, yeah, fuck you. Okay. What if I do Gwyneth? What was her name? Whoops. Anderson. We never really searched her. Why do women always go on Gwyneth Anderson? You find some information. Website for the first Anderson Maple Farm. There are a few pictures. Before marrying her, she was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers. We read this already. Yep, we definitely read this already. The same shit. What if I do... Oh? What kind of times is consistent ads or tours? Seems that twice during each summer, Candy Company's current head of farming, Miss Cottrell, okay, returns to Butler County to demonstrate how 5 pieces were made at the beginning of the century. Demonstration provides free samples. They cost quite a lot to attend and sell out every time, so Butler County times we're going to get tips, but they won't be on sale. Ads and blurbs do not have any other relevant information. You do learn that the farm offers discounts on Tuesdays, guys. We've got to go on half-price Tuesdays. Miss Cottrell is the current head of farming, and I feel like we've seen this name somewhere before. I don't think... Okay, we know we got that done. We got... My notes are all over the place. This is still relevant. Cottrell. We've definitely seen that name somewhere. So let's... I'm gonna do this. Miss Cottrell, current head of farming at Anderson Maple Farms. Locate other link to Carol name. Sam. Still not sure how they fit into this whole thing. This is basically gonna be my notes for next time. We figured this out, right? We figured this picture out? Question mark. Ernie, Debbie, Nicole. Yeah, that's Nicole, that's Debbie. We figured that out. Is it on the list? Can we search the book on the web? What book? What book are you talking about? I'm sorry. This. Family Man. Oh, I see. This one. Was a very poorly received book about Elias Roottrees. It's impossible to find a copy. So yes, but no. Seems like they're not giving us a lot with that. We could search Bess Williams, yeah. She was an author, born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside Miami, died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Information about her or her book, Family Man, seems to have faded over time. Why the fuck did they include this? Died tragically young in a major hurricane. That's crazy. Is Cottrell on the name of a list? Good call, good call. Damn it, I hate... Get out of here. Cottrell, Stephanie. What if I do... Catrall? Is that how I spell it? It is on the list of names, though. Nope. How about... Right? Because I'm not crazy, right? That's spelled right, yeah. I can also search for her here. Nope. There we go. I feel like that's an appropriate note to have. The best I can do is 3 exclamation points. Catrawl is there. Is there a male Catrawl? Sam? No shot, right? Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. All right. All right, I gotta stop. I thought I was stopping at like 4 hours. We're 4:15 into this shit. Just the ramblings of a crazy person. Oh my god, can you imagine if I searched Sam Catrawl and got this like 8-page article with all these names and dates and shit? I would have lost my mind. No, this seems like a decent point to stop for now, because we got a lot. We got a lot done. Like, there's a lot of yellow on this family tree right now, which is great. So we're hoping to get Elias Jr. as an architect locked in. That's the biggest thing that we have right now. We need a picture of Ernie Jr. But yeah, otherwise I think that one seems like our biggest thing to go off of right now. So yeah. All right. This was so much fun though. Holy shit. Yeah, I did not expect to sit in here and do this for 4 hours and 15 minutes, but yeah, this is awesome. This game is sick. Yellow means they're placed correctly, yes. So basically after I think the rule is that once you get 3 correct, like name, occupation, and photo, like this would be 1, this would be 2, this would be 3. Once you have 3 of those locked in, like this would be 1. So if we can get 2 more locked in, then it will tell us like, okay, you've correctly gotten these 3 things. You've also correctly gotten like potentially some side stuff, right? Like if you got a picture of a spouse or somebody who's not a blood relative, it helps lock in those things as well. So do we have anybody that's like a side character that's not locked in yet? Kim LaRue. So like if we get 3 main relatives, blood relatives, it'll also say, oh, by the way, you got Kim correct here. So yeah, that's how it works. So we are definitely doing this next week. There's a Toadstool on screen, so if you want that goofy ass Pokemon, try to catch it now. Definitely doing this next week. I'll also probably play Indiana Jones at some point next week, so more stuff to come. Yeah, this is super fun. So thanks a ton for hanging out. I know it was long, but I was having a blast. Flew by for me. Yeah, I love you all very much. Appreciate you, each and every one of you. I'll see you real soon. I know. Too short. Life's too short though. I'm gonna get away from jazz and send you back to some lo-fi. And yeah, we'll do it again real soon. So love you guys. See you later. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, glad we got to say hi, man. Hey, we caught it too. Look at that. Perfect time to say goodbye. Goodbye, friends. Love you guys. All right, we're gonna do the damn thing. The root trees are loading. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Pretty sure there's a button that says the story so far, right?
You guys have a prime. Slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Where's the story so far button? I literally haven't opened this since last time I played this. I thought it was here somewhere. Story items. Here we go. This one. Here we go. All right. So this is the story so far. So if you couldn't join us last week, or you're just tuning in, or you didn't catch the whole thing, here's what happened. Get ready for a lot of reading. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6th, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees, who they said would be the easiest family members to place. After some time, they returned with new resources, a photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 1970s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. Carl was the Roottrees sisters' father and current president of the company, who had also unfortunately passed away. Before they called you, you heard a report on the WRTD radio that seemed important to your investigation. The newscaster mentioned you could search online for WRTD, which I think we did. Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed they were themselves a root tree. I'm adding that because it makes more sense. They also told you they'd give you more of an explanation the next time they returned. Well, there you go. So WRTD, I believe we looked for last time. If we look in our internet history, it's probably, I don't even know. Yeah, right there. We did search for them. So this is the board. This is where we are trying to fill out all these question marks. Almost everybody on this, actually I think everybody technically on this did start out as a question mark. We started with just the three sisters. And then we went and found their dad. And we kept zooming out, and there's a lot of people. So we did go down a meme hole too, looking for certain different things. So that's right, he did make that joke. So yeah, we're basically filling out this family tree. It's been tricky. It's not been easy. So this guy, Elias Roottree Jr., Elias Jr., was the son of Elias Roottrie. We believe he's an architect, and I think this is one of the things that we are hoping will get locked in our next set of lock-ins, which I believe happens every 3 things that you get correct. So once you get a person's picture, name, and occupation correct, you basically need to get a set of 3. So like 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. Like as long as you get 3 of them correct, they'll lock in, and it'll turn into a yellow border with or just a yellow border, I guess, indicating that you have indeed locked them in. So I took some notes last time, right? Okay, yeah, this is our personal notes. So we need to search on the computer. We need to search first name, last name. Don't be dumb. Miss Cottrell is the current head of farming at Anderson Maple Farms. I don't know if we ever looked into her. Locate other link to Cottrell name. Stephanie Cottrell, Sam Cottrell. What if? That's okay. That's right. Because there was this whole thing about Sam. Not sure how they fit into this whole thing. Sam. We weren't sure where they fit in, but it seems like, based on what we were reading, they were somebody who was brought into the family. Lauren has 3 brothers. We did that. We didn't solve all of them though. Okay. Let's search for Ms. Cottrell, head of farming at Anderson Maple Farms. Let's search for this. Anderson Maple's arms. Seriously, nothing? Okay, well, let's, I feel like getting started is going to be a little tricky. Just because I don't know. Was that the next gen pick? Yeah, so that was... re-navigating. This is going to take me a second. So, the next gen were these guys. So this is Lauren. Miracle, well, sorry, this is Miracle Jr. This is his son. This is Zach. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I didn't think a fair Miracle made a 65-piece. Yeah, okay, so Sam is one of these. We think her, potentially. Because it was never indicated if Sam was a male or female character. Yeah. It is. It's good that we, like, have those set in stone. I mean, we can look at our evidence, too. So these numbers on the side indicated how important they were. Or how many, like, links there were, or something like that. So, like, these aren't only down to, like, 1. This one has 13 on it. The higher the number, the more there is to find. Start your search notable list of numbers will these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence for lock-in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list. Old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. Okay. Okay, so there's apparently still a lot going on here. So let's start with this since it's our highest number thing and go from there. Perhaps because it's related to her siblings, who we haven't quite figured out yet, but we believe this one is the youngest based on the photo. So one of the final entries called Clark from Lauren Roottrees' diary. And Clark, we know, was her son. Lauren Roottrees' son, Clark Rafferty, because Jacob Rafferty was her spouse. Okay? Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sakes. And Danielle isn't much older. So Danielle, we did lock in. Danielle Franks was his first wife. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16, Jacob being here. Clark, like the rest of the generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who's any sort of discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. That being her brother's, so her nephew, Carl Roottree. And Clancy is his dad. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. And the most rebellious thing... can I move this to a different page? Whatever, it's fine. Most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. So I'm wondering, like... Well, I guess it doesn't matter, because none of these spouses have photos. So I was going to be like, oh... Illegal to marry. Do we think that's racism, or do we think that's homophobia? Or both? But they all had kids, didn't they? Yeah, they all had kids via marriage. It wasn't adoption like it was over here, right? Like this one was very clearly indicating adoption. So yeah, it could be both. I don't know, just something to think about if we come across more photos and stuff. Edward is set to take over his department once he retires is also interesting because that means that Edward Roottree, this guy, theoretically would also be a lawyer if he is going to take over his dad's, what firm? What does she call it? His department? Wouldn't make any sense if he was something else, right? As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart. Did we search this? I don't remember. Learn Roottrees. Search it in the public library, maybe? Here, let me just copy it. Please? Hello? By... I don't know if that was her... didn't she have a different pen name? We'll come back to it. Or maybe we already searched it, I don't remember. First published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Okay, yeah, so Lauren Rafferty? Rafferty. X marks the spot. It's possible. I don't think... Oh, no, I can. But it only goes back so far. A Life Between Wars. I think that was her book as well. But I don't think we did this one. Yeah, I don't see... Ah, there we go. History tab only shows at least 2 existing pages. Right, yeah, that makes sense. That I knew. I couldn't remember last time if we had searched it or not. It does look like it kept our entire thing. But yeah, I don't see anything about this one. X marks the spot in here. I mean, I can search my history, right? Yeah. So we didn't search this last time, so. 1974 softcover romance. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees from the author of the Court series. Interesting. It also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Roottrees' next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 Years Later, released in 1975. Did we look at that one? I can just search diary, right? So it seems like no. Oops. Revisiting the Diary 10 Years Later. Did I get the whole thing? With that. Aha, here we go. So, this was a version of Lauren Roottrees' diary released in 1975. Look at all the shit that's printing. Hell yeah. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event that happened between the releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects, the death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes as well as some other select pages. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Well, let's back out of this really quick. Revisiting the diary. Here we go. Revisiting the diary scandal. Oh my. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and the re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. Ho ho ho. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm, any and all decisions related to it. Yep. The saxophone's going nuts right now. It was then thought that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised. Oh, sorry. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told that her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Who, we have not seen that name. Elias Jr. is you. This is Sam Roottrees. ho. But this, you can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure. Okay, so we know for sure Patricia Christensen is one of them because Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias and Patricia. Right? That's got to mean this. So that's one. Back to this. Okay, Patricia Christensen, the daughter of a local street mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at the age of 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. After the birth... Oh, okay. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that almost. None of the next gen had ever met of or heard Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Oh my god. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, was quite appreciative of this. So, when Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been her rooter in the first place, even though she was not part of the clansed trust. He wanted to include her in family affairs. That was a little Sam. Okay. So, gonna take a quick time out as this hippopotamus spawns above us. So, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Eli. I'm just let me just have a moment here, okay? So, Eli Jr. X they have Sam. Okay. Root. I didn't spell it right today. R-R-O-T-O. Yeah, I did. Okay. So they have her. Patricia, daughter of Logan Streamo, Eli, harbored a secret romance at the age of 16. She became pregnant after the birth. Her father refused to let her see Eli ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off. So, after Patsy is married off to keep quiet out of way. That was the end of that almost. None of the next gens had ever heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After her husband died, she reunited and they finally married. Eli had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic. Okay. So Patricia Christensen is this person. Her. So it's not this person. This, right? Because if he says he never took another lover, he waited for her. So this now doesn't, I don't know. Can we say farmhand? And then do I dare put this picture? She kind of looks like Dad. I am curious now though, so I want to go back to this first diary, which I think may have been Gwen Clark Dynasty Ba-da-bum. Sam, here we go. So here you go. A diary of Sam from Lauren Roottrees' diary in 1963. From previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for some time. Why Sam? I have so many distant relatives. I've never met it after all. Granny had 2 sisters. Why is Sam special? Right. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. So she did. Yeah, Patsy right there is Patricia Christensen. Interesting. So if we go back then, that's not Sam. Maybe that's EC though. But so I still think, I think Sam is this individual. Farmer, maybe, I don't know. That's a little sketchier. Okay, so I'm okay with all that. Let's get back to this. This is the wrong one. This is the one that I want. So maybe it was the same one. I don't know. So when Patsy and Fanny get married, Elias decides she's been a Rootree. Okay. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary of the release. It is a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Rootree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have even been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. And her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Ernie Jr. Okay, got it. Sam married Ernie, it seems like. Anyway. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Yes, okay. And her children seem eager to help the family in their own way. Right. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It has been a long time since any real Rootree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth had the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy, which we don't have a picture of, but and her jet black hair and green eyes, which, hang on. Jet black hair, green eyes. All right, that's Sam confirmed. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. So these two both have glasses. Save. No. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that from the. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Rootree. There you go. For as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he's keeping us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. This is a companion piece to Clark. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. Here we go. No Roottrees has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Gwen divorced Wild Bill. Just before she had her second. Not that even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlit. Oh, we have some stuff to search for here. Anyway, but neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in the family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped more than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. stepped up. It's more than I can say for Clancy or Edward. So Clancy, Edward, Eli. Eli C? I'm assuming she's talking about her brothers, so. And that's more than she can say for her other two brothers. Well, here you go. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Who's Jim again? This guy, James. So he's raising Clark and Jim. Okay. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. Because of a diamond. Eli's marriage seems fine. So who knows what could cause these things. I suspect that he's burying Jane. Yep, which we already figured out. To keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel. And I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last. And Lord knows I was right last time. True. This is an addendum. It is not a companion piece to any specific entry, but addresses feedback. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it. There are 4 Elis, for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. My brother, my uncle, my cousin, right? So, your brother, your uncle, your cousin, perhaps, regardless. That's why they, oh, here we go. That's why they became Uncle Junior or Miracle's Eli. So yeah, so this kid is an Eli. Eli M? Eli Miracle? Perhaps? Our family names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwenna's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now I see where my pop's name came from. Pop's name being Edward Clancy. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some sort of combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Eli's mother. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent to junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving a certified mail for an Edward Clancy Rootree. I had to break the news that they got my father's name backwards. Yeah, so we had kind of solved all of that already for the most part, other than the Miracle's other kid. Whoops. This is a fun bonus. Apparently, this is the first thing she could. Apparently, this is the first thing she could find, exactly, that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on. Wait, did I? Okay. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I did not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she is gone." What were you up to, mister? What were you up to? Garbador. That's garbage right there. I'm gonna catch that. Not that. That one. Society is kind of fucked that we don't have a female equivalent to Junior. That's interesting, but nothing I can really do right now. This one, however. I thought, was it this one or was it this one? I think it's this one. Okay, so Gwen divorced, Wild Bill. Eli raised Clark. Or was it one before that? Sam? No. We could search for Sam's mom, see if we get anything. I thought there was something juicy. Startlet, that's what I wanted. There we go. Startlet was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. It didn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. So Startlet. Let's search for Gwen Roottrees. I don't remember if she goes by something else. In this. Was often in Startlet. Most mentions were around her time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. This site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which has yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about the film. He was known for good looks, off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party, and that she was already aware of his reputation. He grew up in France and returned there often. Is there... There's not a Williams. Okay. Gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Other mention that rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There's also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 when she was asked about her last name. She answered, The power of my name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It is an infamous name he repurposed for himself because it didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so we can just exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way. We're sticking with the Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. We also plan to lean into the alliteration. RR. What's the Frenchiest name on that list? Kim LaRue. Robert. Robert would kind of make sense. Robert would kind of make sense because of RR and Wild Bill, but that's a I'm reaching a little bit, so I don't want to go based on that. I want some confirmation. What if we searched him in here? Mentioned many times. First mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsyth. There we go, motherfucker. Is listed in the cast of a movie called Gal and the Gang, which is directed by Bruce Throckmorton. Low budget comedy, no other information. Walter. What are you doing, man? Ba-ba-boom. Good old Walt. All right. Whoops. So, a second is an interview, although he doesn't mention her by name. You determine from context he's talking about Gwen. An apology to the ladies. To all the ladies. I'm actually taking her this here. I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it? That son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh, though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Yeah. Ironically, the third rumor is a rumor about that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, she was... Okay. So... God, these are organized so terribly. So, Gwen had kid with Wild Bill, then divorced before second kid was born. Cornwall. That was, I mean, I'm assuming we must have that figured out already, right? Oh no, wait, her dad, Cornwall. Linus? I don't think we knew that. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall. What if I mean, can I, what would that be? Elias or Linus Cornwall? What an old name. Periodical, that's where it was. I could try that. I mean, assuming not. What the hell just happened to my screen over here? Okay, anyway. We really don't have another picture of her, huh? That seems shocking. That a famous movie star would only have one picture, but it doesn't really matter. Although, wait, no. She would have been in... No, she wasn't in this photo. Right? The only one too good to make appearance is Gwen. Yeah, never mind. She was in Paris, most likely. Okay, well... Yeah. And they talked about why they kept the Roottrees name. So let's go back a little bit. So this one was released as this from the author of the Court series. That doesn't really help us. What if I just search Court series? Nope. Court. Nope. There. Although, to be fair, did I ever get through this whole thing? I did. So, Clark's gotten remarried. Oh, yeah, good point, good point. We can just, like, Google it. Worth a try. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Marrying Jane. Bunch of names. Yep. And anger. Okay, I think we're probably okay with this one for now. Oh, so yeah, see, so this one went down from 13 down to 3, it looks like. So that's cool. Newspaper clipping. There's apparently still a lot to gather from this. Images accompany. So this is, who is this?
Maduris _ cheered X100. Good evening, guys.
What's up, Med? Caroline, who is you, my friend. Caroline Morden. Oh, you're good, man. Caroline Morden. The numbers in the journal are per page. What? The numbers in the journal are per page. I don't know if I'm following. But regardless. So it's Atlantis. Did we ever search this? It's a statue, so the art and the beauty of women, which I'm pretty sure we did search, right? Did we not search that book? Life Between Wars. Self-portrait, there it is, okay. When you look at a file that has multiple pages, the number something about me clues are in per page. Got it, okay. Got it. Got it. I'm following. That makes more sense. So this is Self-Portrait, Art of Beauty in Women, which comes from this. Careless and extra sculpture. One of my works features showing me local art. Butler County. Doesn't really do anything. Mostly full of, yeah, I remember reading this one. So, dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie, who we believe her spouse and her kid. We kind of locked that in. Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. Her sister Gwendolyn and her cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle in Boreman. Excuse me. Her sister Gwendolyn and her cousin Bonnie. Bonnie could be any of these people, unfortunately, so that doesn't really help, but she especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. She calls completely bogus. I think her brother-in-law would be Dr. Wilson, right? But are there multiple Wilsons? Yeah, there's like 4 of them, so okay. But we could search for Dr. Wilson. Dr. Steve Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one has apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. Okay? There's a picture of him on this website as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Holy shit. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There is also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Well, 3 kids. I'm thinking this guy is our guy. So Dr. Steve Wilson. Boom. With a photo, no less, no doubt. That is this one here. Holy shit, it does look like they're being held hostage. Dr. Steve Wilson's kids. Boom, boom, boom. My dad is the best dad in the entire world. He treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. The picture has a date on it. It seems like it's taken 2 years ago in '96. Boom. Well, if we are to assume that you have the old one, the potentially middle one, where's the sister? And the young one? He's a pediatrician, so he's a doctor, but I guess it doesn't matter. Because we don't need an occupation for him. There's a picture of him on his website. Is there? Oh, here we go. Look at that smug asshole. Okay. Which means that this is him. How about Pediatrician to the Stars? It's the same webpage. To his child, Jason. So this is Jason Wilson? And he's gonna be a kid? Hey, we're locking some stuff in. Elias, Sam, and Wilson. Nice. And a bunch of other optionals. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Booyah. All right. Let's quickly look and see who we did not lock in, if anybody. So let's start at the top. 5 pieces are all good, right? Locked in, locked in. Locked in, locked in. We don't know Miracle's spouse's name. We don't know Clancy Edwards' spouse's name. That's fine. Next up, we don't know Zach's sister, not wife. It's not his sister, wife. Sister's picture or occupation. Sam and Ernest we locked in along with her picture and her occupation. Lovely. Love that for us. We don't have any of that stuff yet. Or that. We did lock in her husband. I think that was pretty much what we were going for, so cool. Lovely. Okay. Can by process of elimination, how many Wilsons are there? Catherine, Jem, and Zach. So that's probably not enough for me to go off of, which is fine. How did I get here? Walter Forsyth. I just searched Dr. Wilson, right? Oh, that's right, because her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, she calls completely bogus. That's right. Catherine was a Wilkins, by the way. Oh, did I read that wrong? Ah, it was. Yep, so it's just Jem and Zach. So I'm assuming this is going to be Zach. Thank you for the call out, Thistle. And this is Jem, perhaps? It also, they could theoretically be flip-flopped. Like if she's older, she could be older and he could just be taller. Like that could be the correct order. So hard to know though. So we could flip-flop them. Okay. Gwendolyn, Bonnie. Their measures are double down. Yep. Her marriage to Mark. Yeah, we already solved all that. So that, I mean, that was still good to go back and check though. The phone rings. Apparently I still have some shit here. WRTD. I mean, we can try to search that again. I think I already did that, right? A while back. WRTD news, yeah. It's your local investigative jazz radio station during their news segments. 40 minutes there. They've been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they talked about a picture. Right. The picture was stolen. During the interview, it's revealed that it wasn't a break-in. Someone with a key took the picture after discovering the pipes burst. Likely someone close to the family was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, goes on to post the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in their family has come forward to say they don't have possession. Retreat curse. We searched this as well. And that's what led us down the meme rabbit hole. Right? Where is it? Yeah, because then we did the Roottrees or curse. Yeah, okay. Roottrees sisters are dead. Notable Roottrees we've solved. A photo of Carl's generation taken in the 1970s. Wilson papers. I mean, this is Carl's generation. We have Eli right here, actually. So hang on. There's an Eli from the Free Spirits, right? And we have, oh my God, where am I going? It was the 5 pieces the next gen, and the free spirits. So I guess that doesn't really help. That does not help me. But that's okay. 5 pieces ad. How about this one? Teen Blast. From the magazine Teen Blast. Oh ho, hang on. We haven't searched that. Periodicals. Well, let's just search Teen Blast first off. It's a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottree first appeared on the cover for her 16th birthday. Okay, so now we have that, which let's do. I know, right? It's insane. It's insane. Where do I want? I want this. 5 pieces? Right, I can just search Roottrees, I guess, too, and see what that gives me. Team must including 5 pieces flood the results. Okay, how about what if I search like one of, like they specifically mentioned her, right? So let's try, how do you spell that? No. Wina. She was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16. Did an interview. You added the cover and the article to your evidence. Lovely. Hey, there she is. There's an article about Raina Roottree from 1984. This issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. Okay. In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our group. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. Okay, well, there you go. Professor? Boom. That helps. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice and now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model. Then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandma passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we managed to accomplish. Laura Carlson? She's the only Laura on the list, so now we just need his picture, which, you know. Brother Trouble, new gossip. Well, I'm obviously gonna Google search Brother Trouble. Haha! Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about two 16-year-olds the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green. I thought she was on my list. Often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising two boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottrees. Interesting. The show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1, rocking both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst the teenage girl demographic. However, it was canceled in 91 midway through the second season due to a significant drop in ratings. Interesting. Okay, well, first off, who are you, Ronnie? Ron Roottrees is a small screen director and head of RR Productions. He directed episodes of a few other shows before showing and creating one. Ron. RR Productions. Direct. Or head of RR Productions. Wow, I can't spell. Productions. Possible kid to win. Okay. So let's search these two now. Tommy, Merrick, Sheridan. TMS is a common abbreviation. TMS also. TMS, what's he up to? Did one was to say the show was canceled in season 3 and the other season 2? No, I think they both said season 2. Halfway through season 2 is when it was canceled. So TMS is a common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed after Brother Trouble since the end. He's been on the cover for tabloids for supposed drug use and his relationship with Raina Roottrees after a short engagement. They married in 97. Did we know that? We did know that. Sheridan Thomas, right there, boom. Also, we have her picture here. Stunfisk, you can barely fucking see him. He blends in so well with the corkboard. It's crazy. He's doing what he's supposed to do. Okay, so we already knew they were married, so that's fine. How about Dustin Christopher Baker? DCB by his teenage fans. Since leaving Brother Trouble, he's appeared in a few straight to VHS movie tapes that adapted classic literature to a family audience with minor success. The most popular of which was Jane Eyre, oh my god, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel as a high school romance focused on skateboarding. He doesn't seem to be associated with the Roottrees. Well, you know. Now I want to search Jane Eyre. Hang on. Oh, it's just that thing again. I know, right? I would watch that. That sounds like Air Bud. But with a, like, old school twist on it. Oh my god, that's funny. That I'm in shambles right now. That's true, I could try doing it without. Same thing. I feel like it's pretty lenient. That's terrible though. That's so unfortunate. Okay. Okay, how about her? I think she was on our list. There we go. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. How do you say that? Comedienne? Like a female comedian? I don't know how to say this word. Comedienne? I've never seen that word written before. I'm actually Googling it now. Pronunciation. I know. That's literally the first thing I thought of. Hang on. I need the saxophone to chill out for a second. Hang on. How do you say this?
Comedian.
Oh, you just say it comedian. What the fuck? Okay, well, why is it spelled so differently? Anyway, as a comedian, there was a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was on TV, star Brother Trouble. Oh, really? Oh, shit. I had no idea. Thank you. Well, thank you. That's cool. I had no idea. Also, I like that it shows you exactly where the the license for the music is. That's cool. Huh. It's kind of blocked by my face cam, but that's interesting. Oh, I don't care, man. You're good, bud. How does Darth Vader like his toast on the dark side? Okay, anyway. So yeah, she's Deborah Vance. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You can find a picture labeled Joke-O-Lantern in '97. as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. Both of evidence. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna say we've gotten it was a pretty decent chunk there just from a magazine. So this is Deborah Vance. This is her son. Also her son here, I believe, right? Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. I'm not out of my mind, right? Penelope Tessa Green. Penelope Tessa Green. Yeah, she's in the list, so that's interesting. The result for the Laugh Lounge. Okay, that just brings us here. Let's search for breast milk cheese. Oh, unfortunate. Brother Trouble, Joke-O-Lantern. Let's do that. The Laugh Lounge Comedy Club hosts several fundraisers throughout the year, but the most famous one seems to be Joke-O-Lantern, which happens every Halloween. Comics and patrons are encouraged to wear costumes, and it seems the person with the best costume wins a voucher, which can be redeemed for 5 pounds of buffalo wings. There's a 2-drink minimum, 0 tolerance policy for heckling. Every year we tell people not to heckle the comics, and every year someone ends up getting kicked out. Don't do it. I don't think I have a lot of usable info there, so. She retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers. Wait, hang on. You find a picture labeled Joke-O-Lantern 97. So this is in 97. As well as the difference of Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets in 94. So that's not her kid. Unless he's fucking Benjamin Button. Going backwards. That's not her kid. Barbecue wings, Moog buffalo wings. I'm gonna ask a stupid ass question, Eddie. Is the difference just the sauce? Fair enough then. I don't have any complaints with what you just said then. Only in America. Okay, so I think I'm actually on the page I want it to be. Well, let's go back to this because I don't think Brother Trouble. Honestly, somebody probably did. I'll be perfectly frank with you. Somebody probably has, and probably won some money out of it. That's why Red Bull had to change their slogan from Red Bull gives you wings to Red Bull gives you wings with like 4 eyes in it, because you didn't actually grow wings. So we learned some interesting stuff from this. We got her picture. We got his profession, her name. We also learned about this Penelope person. And we got a photo of her. She's a comedian. What if I do Jack? Shit, and stop playing it. No, I'm just kidding. What if I do this and do Jack? Nope. Okay, well, it was worth a try. Jack Green. Okay, well, it was worth a shot. Teen Blast was the magazine. Hi, Pop-Tart. Hi, friend. What? Hey, what if I search TMS in the magazine? Crap. This seems different. So, he appeared on the cover a record 38 times. Goddamn, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. In the issues he wasn't on the cover. He was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact that he was married to Raina, only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996, about 8 months before their marriage, is called "Is TMS Dating a Roottrie?" It says, at a recent autograph signing, TMS told a Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently, the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year at this time. Penelope, that's green. And this time, TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say. Holy. She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now. Jesus Christ, this is so cringe. When our Team Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was, Team Mess refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married to Penelope. There we go. Who played TMS's mom on the show, and get this, Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. You're going to have to help me with that, Thistle. I don't know what Tiger Beat is. Unless it's something in the game that I'm just forgetting, which is very possible. But we know Ron is married to Penelope. Penelope Tessa Green. PTG for short, because I'm not spelling all that. So, if we go back here, Ron... I'm saying that's Ron Roottree. I'm saying this is Penelope. I'm saying this is her. And I'm saying he is a... Tiger Beat is a real magazine? Okay, I didn't know that. Is a director? Right? He's the... What did our notes say? He's the director, head of our productions. Yeah. Is like Cosmo for middle schools? Holy, hang on. I'm Googling this now. I'm Googling it for real. Tiger Beat. Oh my god, it is. Tiger Beat was a teen magazine published primarily for adolescent girls, known for featuring celebrity news and pop culture. The magazine's paper edition was discontinued in 2018, but continued online until 2021. Wow. 1965 it started. That's crazy. So yeah, that absolutely has to be a reference to or Team Blast has to be a Tiger Beat reference. Okay. And then her son, unless this is like 1994, he's this kid, and 1997, this is another kid. Which would be Jack Roottree. Here, he's a kid. I love it's like, what's their occupation? He's a kid. And then this would be potentially the baby, but we don't know the name other than he's a kid. And we don't have a picture for Ron that I'm aware of, at least. Okay. All right. Yeah, another bastion of American exceptionalism ripped away via COVID. It's just the worst. How can it can't keep getting away with this? That's funny. Okay, well this is interesting. Let's do Penelope. Well, Teen Blast probably wouldn't have anything on Penelope, but I'll try. See if we get some more info. Let's look for Penelope. Nope. I just don't want to spell her entire name. Copy. Teen Blast, her. As mentioned, if you are compatible. Yeah, Penelope's character was not really who teenage girls cared about. As a result, there's very little gossip around her. That's fine. What about DCB? He's the other one. Who doesn't really seem to be related to them, right? His mother was played by her. Usually quite a few columns not related to the Roottrees. Yeah, okay. Well, fair enough. What if I tried the other Roottrees, right? Like, let's do Carly. Nope. Root tree. And then try Rahiley. Riley and Rose, on their hands, seem to be much many less than once. Wait, Rose. Did she? Okay. Yeah. I think you're right. I think we probably searched that a long time ago. Yeah, Rose. She's literally right there. Like our second search ever. Yeah. All right. I just couldn't remember. Clearly. Okay. So that Teen Blast thing was interesting. But I think we've kind of run our course with what we can grab from this. The other pieces we got were these two, which we went over pretty thoroughly, and I feel fairly confident about this one. All good, Spiker. Amen. Lurkers make the world go round, so don't even worry about it, fam. Have a good one, my friend. I cannot imagine Gwen Roottrees is going to show up here, but no, didn't think so. Take it easy, bud. Yeah, so this is like kids. This is where she would have shown up. Okay. Have a good one, my man. We've kind of hit, not a wall, but a point where we're going to have to branch a little bit. The phone rings is that one. I see, yeah. Revisiting the diary of Clark. What do we need from Clark still? We still need... Very different things. One is very well made, one is not. And given the current climate of the world, I'll let you figure out which one is which. We need a photo from Clark. We also need a kid that he would have had with his second wife, Jane, who we have no information about. So Clark's gotten remarried again. No Roottrees are sure lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable. It was my son. Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to lack of a real father. Eli C stepped up and helped. Eli C practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine. Seems married, seems solid as a rock, pun intended. I suspect he's marrying Jane. Doesn't help me a ton, gonna be honest. Her Tessa Roottrees, our newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. That's a thing we can figure out. That's fair enough, man. That is fair enough. Roottrees Motors. Let's search that. Oh, we've seen this. So, Jones Graphic and Print. In this one, Tessa, right? Is her name Tessa Roottrees? Learned it from her parents who were into cars and stuff, which... Go off, Sax Man, go off. Go off, Justin Allen Arnold. Pop off, King. She could be here. Brian Jones took over. So Brian Jones, I feel like we found. Yeah, he's right here. This doesn't actually help. So, wait, what if I do this? Hang on, what if I do this? I'm stupid. Here. Yeah. Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. Wilkins was who? Who were the Wilkinses? Do we know where the Wilkinses show up? Do we have them anywhere yet? The Wilkinses. I don't think it's in this middle section. Wilkins. Wilson. Wilkins? An ad for Roottrees Motors is run every weekend, but like 10 times. Recently include a picture. Yeah. What if I do Wilkins Motors? Does it just come up with the same thing? I think we did this last time, but yeah, okay. So we had, okay, Wilkins Motors changed names in what, 74 it looks like, or between 74 and 77. And this was taken in 1996. So she would have to be, if this photo was taken in 1997, she would have to be along this row here, or at most one of the firstborns this row here. Probably not though. I'm assuming she's here. And I gotta assume this is where the Wilkinses are, but like, I probably didn't spell it right anyway. No, there's nothing. Do I have a list of Wilkins? Catherine? Just Catherine. So it seems like I don't know. I don't know, unless she's here and here. It's possible I spelled this name wrong. Roottrees, Elias C. We're going to do this, and then we're going to do this. Just to double check I didn't do it wrong. Nope. No, okay. He's not showing up. Okay. We're kind of not stuck. We crossed off all these names. Like there's a lot of things here, right? This still has 6 on it. As in, there's still some important pieces of information on this note, but this also seems like, well, hang on. Can we, like, how do I, like, I think this just takes me, yeah, out to, like, the main page, right? I was gonna say, what if I could use the phone? That would be interesting. Right, girl. Family Doku, Alphabet Davis, Ends and Beginnings, Alphabet Davis. What if I searched Alphabet Davis? I don't know. It's a series of books set in the 1950s, follows a young, dashing adventurer named Martin Davis III. Alphabet is a nickname that was given to him when he was young due to his interest in puzzles, riddles, and all sorts of intellectual activities. Though he grew up a simple fisherman, he's in fact descended from pirates, and his books involve solving mysteries and finding treasure, often with a genealogical twist, all 4 by Christoph Rogan. Wow, there's a whole ass page here. Holy shit. Okay. Secret Searcher was the first book in the series. It was quite popular, and the sequel, Reverses, was pushed out within a year to capitalize. Many fans think it suffered in quality due to accelerated timeline, but still appreciate it nonetheless. While the plot was extremely far-fetched and far more convoluted than in Alphabet's first outing, the writing style was the same and the characters were fun as ever. After that, 2 more books were released. The release dates were much further apart as Christoph Rogan began to design and release a series of puzzle books related to genealogy. Encyclopedia Brown, perhaps. Ends and Beginnings, a young Alphabet adventure, was both a prequel and a sequel simultaneously. Ho ho! And left out some of the first 2 books' beloved characters, which was a controversial choice. Still, it was sold well, and critics generally felt that the story was less of a soap opera than the previous century. They also appreciated that it reframed elements of the second book in more subtle ways, retroactively making Reverses feel a bit more at home in the Alphabet Davis universe. Christoph Rogan announced that Ends and Beginnings was written as a conclusion and meant for it to be the last Alphabet Davis book. When the 4th was released in 1998, there was rumors that it was written specifically to bankroll an electronic version of his true passion, the puzzle books. Due to a tonal shift midway through, fans even speculated that it was actually 2 different partial book drafts that were hastily merged together. Regardless, it was quite over the top, and the plot seemed somehow both bloated and undercooked. It was unclear if there will ever be another Alphabet Davis book. These books are not related to your investigation of the Roottrees in any way. You could revisit them for old time's sake, but as each volume is more complex than the last, it might be counterproductive considering you have a job to do. Well, hang on though. By Martin Davis. Oh, did I not spell his name right? Martin Davis III? Aw, boo. That's lame. That's crazy, yeah. These books are not related to your investigation. I love when it just calls you out like that. That's so funny. Okay, well. Whoa. Can actually adjust the stereo. It's a Game Boy. Roottrees are dead, is what it says, I believe. Oh yeah, I agree. Alphabet Davis. Oh, is that why? Oh, Christopher Rogan. Wait, what did I search? Oh, Martin Davis. Right. Okay, duh. Christopher Rogan. Thank you. Ah, there we go. As a reminder, these books are not related to your investigation. Okay, how, bro? This is crazy. Okay, I can't do this. I cannot do this right now. That's so funny. Okay, hang on. No. Please go to the desk. Turn off the Game Boy. Turn the radio back on. Duck is a hint, right? No. You can just click it. Okay. Is there an achievement for searching? I mean, probably. I don't know. We can come back to it. I need to actually like get us on a track for solving this thing. Yeah, imagine it saying it's not related at all, and then somehow it still ends up like coming back to haunt you because there's like a really obscure clue. It's mostly just seeing if I can click on anything else in this room. Doesn't look like it. Okay. All right. What do we have on the board? Let's go back to the board. We don't know Miracle's spouse. We also don't for sure know Miracle's second kid, Elias M. This, although he would have been in this photo, right? Or not? No, because he would have been... No. Miracle's kid. Miracle's... Oh. Actually, yeah. So, for time's sake, I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left. I have a member brothers. 4 of us stand together. So we have Lauren and her 4 brothers, okay? We've talked about this 100 times. Let me ever filter in, around, and behind us. The only going to good make an appearance was Gwen. Right, she's not there. Grandma says we include Sam. That's Sam. So it's just this red-haired girl who... Which means this kid wasn't born yet. That's fair enough. Red-haired girl has to be... her. Angelica Morden? Hang on, spelling. Damn it. What if... Damn it. But I mean... Zach's sister also has, like, kind of reddish hair. It's gotta be her. Has to be. He looks a little older with the mustache, so what if... a professor as well? This dude looks like a professor. And then that would put you as the lawyer? Or do I have it backwards? What does this say? Jim, it is certainly not easy. It is unbelievably satisfying, though. That's for sure. Hang on. What did she say about looking like Pop? I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left since he looked a lot like Pop. Who looks like Pop? Your boy looks like your boy. Eli. Roottrees Clancy Jr. No. So you go here. Am I crazy for thinking that? She's saying she wants Eli to stand to the far left because he looks a lot like Pop. Bro, this dude. Oops. They don't look, they not like us, okay? That ain't it. I agree, he looked the youngest, but this guy, I mean, do you think this one does? Well, the problem with that, Matt, is that I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in front of us. So she wanted him to stand here because he thinks he looks like this guy, right? She wanted to basically completely recreate this photo in terms of she wanted the guy that looked most like him to stand here and then fill in, but she was outvoted by her brothers. Hi, how did I... Thank you. No, thank you. Like, we all agree it's not him. He's a professor. Yeah, it's so hard. I think we need more confirmation, to be honest. What about Clancy Jr. Roottrees? I mean, I doubt I'm gonna get a search on Google, but wow, caps lock. What about, he was a professor, right? So like, and she was the one who said it in her teen article, right? My grandpa was a college professor, taught lectures about history. That's what I was thinking, right? Like, but in order to search the library, I need the book title as well. So that's kind of where my head was at. I don't think I'm getting anything from that though, unfortunately. So does anyone remember how we got Angelica's name? Or maybe we just like, hi Cece, hey friend. Oh, we didn't spend a lot of time up here last time. Lauren read some one of her books how Angie's being the oldest. That's right. Here. Notes. You're 100% right. We got so much info off of this Lauren book thing. Oh, we even missed this last time too. Well, yeah, we missed a lot of this last time. Damn. Would she be Angelica Roottrees? I don't think so. Because Zach went by Morden. So I don't think... There's also the only one Angelica, so it's just Morden. Let me read through Lauren's shit again, because we got a lot of info from this last time, so, and I clearly just noticed that I missed some stuff, so... Okay, so from the top, below there are notes and observations about her diary. Lauren says notable, yes. So the book was published in 65, diary entries from 40 to 65. Loss of her husband, he died in World War II while she was pregnant. Clark, we got... She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth, yep, we got that. Her mother, family is called the Cossels, but hardly anyone ever mentions them. Her mother's family was the Cossels. Sarah? It has to be. That's the only Cossel. Okay. See, I already missed that. She hardly ever mentions them. Her father was Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company, Clarence Trust. So 5 pieces next gen and free spirits. We knew that. So let me just check. He's locked in, so we're good about anything Pop related. Cossel Sarah, that's the spouse. Okay, that makes more sense. Anyway, where am I going? What is happening? Here we go. Next page. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer, I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to hair my dye blonde, fit it with the 2 of them, what a mess. She just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. So, again, that's her mom, Gwen. We have all of that shit figured out other than the one missing photo of Gwen. Okay? Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her ever contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me from beyond my coffee to be in starlit. Yep. Telltales of Castor Gallivants when they're kissing. Harrison Lane. I don't know if we ever searched him. First search tree to be anything other than a housewife. Okay, I do remember doing that. So let's do periodicals. Starlit. This dude. Mentioned a few passages. Nothing seems relevant. I'm going to Google him as well. Harrison, major role in Guys Like Us. His largest role before Guys Like Us was the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity... Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Did you know he married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere? That's cute. What about Guys Like Us? Guys Like Us is a 1953 film in which 2 secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life, until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwen Rosetree, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. The titles of play on words. It can be read that the 2 women are Are men similar to other men or that men are fond of them? Oh, guys like us or guys like us. That's sure. That's some IMDb trivia right there. Did you know that in The Lord of the Rings, they are trying to get one ring to the volcano? Big trivia right there. Leslie Florence was Gwen Roottrees co-star and guys like us. Not much relevant information. She does not have any additional credits on the site. There isn't even a did you know trivia section for her. Damn, talk about irrelevant. That's crazy. Okay. So that doesn't really pan out. That's fine though. Yeah, did you know it also took them ages walking there when they could have just called the fucking Eagles? That's true. That's true. Leslie fucking who, bro? Okay, back to this. Yeah, we need to, did you know? I think we have one. We have, well, we kind of have one. We have like the fun fact thing. I think Matt has a hotkey for that. The fun fact button. Okay. I'm off topic. I literally am off topic. Tadbulb, by the way, he evolves into Belly Bolt. The world record for spitting a watermelon seed is 65 feet 4 inches. That's insanity to me. It's like, what, 33 yards-ish? A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I've been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am lucky to be born to a family that can support me for eternity. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. It focuses on her day, on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as the president to determine his successor. Oh, I guess 22 yards, not 30. That would be, yeah. Okay, sorry. Anyway, yeah. Math was not there in my head. But Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was serious. None of his sons would take over as president. But that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long with architects, preachers, and lawyers. Lawyer, preacher, architect. We got that already. That's true. I'm not an actual monarch. I have no legal authority to do anything on this channel. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it's a sham. I feel bad that you're all just finding out about it, but I'm sorry. I've led you astray. It came down to the next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who has volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match Candy. He's the first form. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, here we go. There, Thistle, you were 100% right. Angie's older than Zach. Yeah. And I'm the next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. So yeah, there's our information on Angie. She's older than Zach. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother ever the quick-witted. Maybe they wanted to go to the only where it looks like he samples the product. So that does get us there. So who was the first non-housewife again? The movie star, Gwen. But she's the first Roottree woman to be anything other than a housewife. Technically, Angie is not a Roottree woman because she has a different name. I'm reading that very literally, as in the game is saying all Roottrees women before Gwen were housewives. That's funny. Is that a pop tantrum? Oh, he was steaming mad. All right, this is Sam's thing, but we locked in Sam. So, whoops, I always click the wrong thing. Let's go through this again though. He learned that Irish, given Sam an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for some of it. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. But I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why Sam's special thing adds up. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. So Angie once again showing out. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, so that's a boy, Elias. So that checks out. Spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Did we ever search her? We'll come back to that. I don't know if we ever did. In her updated diary. I didn't recognize her at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year at the reception. And when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me until it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, checked records and made sure all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. So again, Eli, Roottrees, Eli M, because we have Eli C right there, chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli seems thrilled. So is Eli no. Anyway. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup. Why is Granddad making a decision now? I had to check. Let's quickly go look at her updated version with Sam's notes. So, Sam is a spitting image of Patsy. We have notes on this. Why am I looking through here, right? I have a having a moment note. There we go. Patricia Christensen. Okay. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find that it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles, but after that it went out of business. Christensen Steel and Christensen are both mentioned in a book review. Ho ho! We have something. We have a lead. All right. Steamy correspondence by Tina Angelina. Why don't I do this? Why don't I copy this entire fucking thing and note it? Save. 1998. I would have been in... Fuck. How old was I? 7? How old? What fucking first grade? 7? 98? Yeah. If I work backwards... Yeah, 2010 was my senior year, so 12th grade. So minus 10. Second grade. Yeah, I would have been in... First grade, second grade, that era for sure. All right, public library. Here we go. So author name is Tina Angelina. Steamy correspondence. Oh, we're getting some stuff. Let's go. All right, this is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Ew. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author, a letter from the book's page. Okay. Ooh, look at this. Steamy Correspondence, a historical letters with an erotic twist by Tina Angelina. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen. Okay, so she's writing notes. Okay. A daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and CH were the first two letters of her last name. Patricia Christensen also does appreciate wordplay like this. So, Patch. Okay. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. All right, here we go. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to live a life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. Wait, she deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you, both. Oh, I see. She's talking about her daughter. Her daughter deserves not the life that her father has been sent. Yeah, this is absolutely about Sam. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on the joyous day, with all the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what more cryptic parts of that mean. Well, this is interesting. So, we know this is Patricia. We know she's writing about Sam. She was married to some dude at this point. That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah. The letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society. Right. The letter is written to Sam. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin. Yep. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told.
Wald_14 just resubbed for 47 months.
Thanks, bud. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin? So, Sam was sent to the farm to work. Yeah. Sam was sent to the farm to work with what, EC and John or whatever? Is that in here? Yeah, EC and John. Okay. So yeah, that's interesting. That's clearly about under a wicked relative. It's like some Cinderella type shit. Okay. That's Interesting. Doesn't help us currently, but it's interesting for sure. Who is that John fellow? Yeah, John and EC are, I think, potentially names in here. Potentially. Very interesting. Okay, let's backtrack a little bit. So, Christensen Steele is Patricia Christensen. On World War II history, I think we looked up that book already. Maybe not. No, because it Oh, did I? Oh no, World War II history. Oh wait, I see. It's not a book. Was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find it. Okay, I see. No, we didn't, because one of the notes that talked about her mom said that she didn't really talk about it very much, and I don't think we really need anything more with her mom. There's no picture or anything else that goes with that, so I don't think there's anything else to go with there. What if I do this here? Christensen Steel was a steel company in the early 1900s. You find a few mentions in the Butler County Times. There are some old birth announcements in the cultivated time page. Matthias Christensen is the owner. The only name that looks familiar is Patricia. The third is of his... Wait, I'm sorry, what? The only name that looks familiar is Patricia Christensen. Oh, the third of his 4 children. Got it. Who was born in 1908. There was a front page article in 44 stating that the vice president had stopped to visit. The company stopped being advertised in 1949. Around that time, there was a blurb. Matthias was stepping down and trying to sell the company. So that doesn't really matter, because that doesn't really do anything for us, right? So... I think we searched Zach last time to no avail, but I will try again. Why can't I spell? There we go. Let's see. Yeah, nothing. Even though he ends up being the president of the company. I was trying to just figure out more about here, right? So... Tisk, tisk, tisk. I mean, we've got this thing pretty well filled out. I did, and that's what I searched. I could try Zach, right? Yeah. Let's go back through some evidence here. Because this is where we found that... we kind of took a sidetrack to go start looking at other stuff. So going back to this, we read this recently. Pop, Clancy to the Academy. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge, which checks out with being a professor, a lawyer, and a something. It's something like that, yeah. There's like two pieces of, or it's like, there's just some stuff here. It's like the higher the number, the more stuff is there, so. Edward is set to take over his thing. Okay, so Zach's not a bad president after all. His sisters seem to be doing a good job raising her twins. We did search that book, yeah. His sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay. So these two are twins, which if we go to this, are there two lookalikes? Are there two twins? These two, I would assume, again, the red hair, right? Like, because red hair. It would be this generation. It would also kind of make sense that they're standing together. We don't really know who these people are, or these three are. So that's something. They both have pictures. Actually, they have two pictures, so that's interesting. Two people with glasses, are they... Oh, we did have a note about that, didn't we? Sam's kids have glasses. Sam's kids have glasses right here. No, they would definitely be in that photo, I believe. Good call. Sam's kids have glasses right there. Boom, boom. I don't know who's older, although we have, that's Ernie, so Ernie. And this would be you. We don't know her name though, but good thinking. Yep, nice job. So if we... Gwendolyn Morton was, again, another one of Zach's kids. Still have a lot. Still have a bunch of people here that aren't accounted for, so... Gwen is Gwen. At least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. Come home to meet her kids. Even Clark. Does this have anything about Sam, Clark, names? The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And there's 4 Eli's for Pete's sake. That's how it is. Someone say, I thought Eli didn't sound... Yeah, so yellow is like confirmed accurate. And the way it works is once you fill out a set number of information, right? Like this would be a complete person. I don't know what to call it. A complete like set. You have a picture, you have a name, and you have an occupation. Once you get a certain number of these correct, it basically locks in and it shows you which ones are correct. So currently we only have him, that's Ernie. and Jack are the only two that we have like locked in right now, or like are set right now. It doesn't mean they're correct, but those are the only two we have currently. So Uncle Junior, Miracle's Eli, or Eli C. So Uncle Junior is there. Miracle's Eli is there. So yes, but Eli C goes here for her brother. I think there's another EC thing going on. I think that's more obscure at this point. Sorry, where am I? Here. Our family names are all unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwenna's father were named Edward and Clancy, so you know, from my pop's name came from right. Just anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. Juniors are always the firstborn son. Boom. Do we have any other juniors on the list? I'm curious. It doesn't look like it. Those two are accounted for. Right? Madsen, and then Clancy Jr. is there. So no, which is fine. With the women, it goes out the window. Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Yeah, so we talked about that, and Eddie was lamenting the bastion of American freedom. Yep. We got that. Okay. Anger is about this, which is seems like a whole can of worms. Gwyneth. Okay, hang on. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and the children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. So Ernie. My name is Sam was a Roottrees. She's a fine woman. Grew up same would have been such a big woman that never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own way. So Ernie was her husband, are lucky to have her, and the kids are there to help her in her own way, or in their own way. Ernie Jr. is learning, yep, day to day from Zach, yep. Yep. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Do we think, is there a Gwyneth Madsen? There is. Okay, so you're Gwyneth Madsen, and it says you're a green thumb, so... Or it just says you have green thumb, which doesn't really necessarily mean anything. And there's not farmer. She's a green thumb like her mother. Locked it in. Good job with the glasses. Good call. Oh yeah, locked some stuff in. 30 out of 50. Hell yeah. Duck dance. Also, side note, Thistle, clearly you have some experience with this game. Thank you very much for not just like coming here and backseating the hell out of us. It's appreciated, or spoiling things. It's just very kind. A lot of time we get people that just like don't have good manners. So just appreciate it. Super cool. Okay. So we don't have Gwyneth's husband or her kid, but we can get there. Yeah, like that. Just like that. So this we can unhighlight because I think I actually took an actual note of that somewhere, but yeah, we can delete this. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it out. Patsy, yep. It's the same thing we already kind of figured out. So the Clark thing, I don't know what all other than this. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. It's hard out here for a person just trying to enjoy a video game. So it's appreciated. So let's see here. We still need to figure out this. Her 3 fucking siblings. Just absolutely screaming down rabbit holes trying to make sense of anything. Okay, so Scandal, this is all about Sam. That was all about Sam as well. This is about Clark. This is a little somber for me. Brother, brother, brother. Seeking. Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, Wild Bill was this guy, Walter Forsythe. Does she talk about Clark? Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage is solid as a rock. Yeah, you're good. So who knows what causes these things? Eli's marriage seems fine, right? Eli being this guy, his marriage being here, having 1 kid. Teen Blast still has some clues in it, apparently. Which seems crazy, but that's okay. In an interview, she talks about her inspirations. I learned from an early age, dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor. Well, I think the clues there are even just pointing back to stuff we haven't locked in yet, right? So fucking A. What does she say again? It's in the photo. That's why I couldn't find it. Jim and Dime. Oh, hell yeah, we did. Can we re-listen to that? Yes, we can if I click on it. This one. That's a bop. Absolute bop. Alright, maybe this change of music will help. photo. So Eli looks like Pop. The thing that's killing me with this is that, like, his eyebrows are like arched out like that, and his go like straight and then curl down. His goes straight and curl down. Did we search the other sister? Yes, like the Roottrees sisters, we did, and there was like nothing in there. I still think it's him, man. I feel like this guy being a professor and this guy being a lawyer just make the most sense to me. This is what I'm vibing with, but I don't. I mean, it's so hard. I'm gonna leave that for now, and we'll see. Could be wrong. Well, I will know if I'm wrong if it doesn't lock in. So. I guess he's graduating, right? Her, I don't know if I do kid. I also think that it wouldn't shock me if these two actually flipped. So what if we do this? What if we do Zach Wilson there? Jem Wilson there. Her, because she does look a little older. K to 12. This one we figured out by looking. Where was that? Actually, here, this could be interesting too. The Roottrees versus RR. Well, we don't actually know this. Imagine. She's in the chat right now. No, we Dr. Wilson, that's the one. There we go. Our Productions was, yeah. Yes. We'll come back to that though. We'll come back to that. I'm not loving what it's giving us with that. So Dr. Steve Wilson is a pediatrician, practices Pittsburgh. There are lots of Steve Wilsons. Dr. Wilson's pediatrician of the stars. The picture holding him hostage. And then we got this photo of them. Although maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is older. What did we say his name was? Zach? I mean, again, I doubt searching for a kid. Is gonna do anything. Sue him for copyright. It's an amazing coincidence. It's insanity. Hey, yo, do we think... Yo, hang on. Do we think that's her picture? Because... where is this one? No, it's this one. She's the next gen, or Free Spirit. Do we think this is the Caroline girl? She's like an artist. She has the little beret on. I'm gonna lock that. They do look. She's got the wavy looking hair. She's got that strand that goes like that, right? I'm picking that for sure. So I'm gonna go, you're here. I don't know about these two though. It's you and or flipped, but regardless. Just to put a face to a spot. It doesn't say anything about his wife on this page, does it? No. And then it doesn't say anything about it in... this. In the intro... Youngest in her generation. In her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on their dreams to, quote, settle for boring men. Flip them, she's pregnant. Nope, not that one. This one. Oh, I see. Yeah, duh, because kids. Yeah, fair enough. Swap. Good job. Good call. She's not a Morden, so she has a different name. Which leaves these three. So, bro is wearing a mechanic's outfit, right? And she is very young. Yeah, it does. It says Eli. So I'm thinking here. Because again, Eli is there. Unless it's here. But no, that's no way. This would be too young. I mean, again, where's the Eli in this group, right? It's here. And here. This is Miracle's side. We already have both of the Eli picked out, though. No, I did. I totally did. It was like the So, okay. All right. So, the mechanic thing comes from this, from the Wilkins motors, right? but has joined the Roottrees family in 1974 to 1977. So are we saying that... No, that doesn't make sense though, because just bear with me. It doesn't make sense for that, Eli, because this is Tessa Roottrees, and she's learning from her Roottrees Motors parents. Hi, Daywalker. Tessa, we have a picture of her, right? So, fuck, maybe it's here? Maybe you're the mechanic? But the picture of you is here, right? Like, that's... That seems like it's in the wrong spot. Right, so here. Because that's not that photo, right? Like, that's my only concern, is that this photo is of the Free Spirits, which it's the 5 pieces, the next gen, the Free Spirits. It's this row here. But I also understand that he's young, and Miracle's kids have always been young. Also, who the fuck are these two? Where did they come from? Where am I getting these photos from? Here? Who are you guys? I don't know where the fuck this came from. This is Gwen's kids. Holy shit. Here's a photo that has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage, Free Spirits on the friends fell too. Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing well pair for the marriage. Gwen and the boys. Oh my god. Okay. So this is... Okay, that helps a lot, actually. So anyway, this is Ronald. This is Gwen, older, and this is her other kid, right? Did I get that right? Yeah, because he's going into film school right there. Christ. I gotta assume he has the Roottrees name, right? November Robert Roottrees. Don't know what he does though. You don't think this is right? Well, I didn't have his name. That's why. I've never put his name in there because I don't know what his name is. Because that is the photo. Is there literally baby as occupation? There is baby. God damn it. Whoops. Yeah. Regardless. Baby is apparently an occupation in this game. That's so funny. I came to that conclusion because Penelope took this picture in 1994 with her kid growing up, and took this picture in 1997. And she's dressed in the same, like, it would be random if she was on safari and there was like that just makes sense to me that this would be her kid. So I just don't know the name. Eli, you motherfucker. Which Eli? All of them. Just have normal fucking names like everybody else. So this... Here's what's bugging me, right? This little girl doesn't fit with that picture, right? Is there a note attached to this thing? So here we go. This photo has a note attached from your player. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees will hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Boom, right there. Sorry about the water damage, a pipe burst. On the back of the photo in childish print, it says November. November, I'm assuming, is going to be this little girl right there. Okay? So then we go over here. Everybody... Fucking hey, everybody has been a little kid. So we're going to go with November. Like, everybody on this side in the Miracles has always been little. So, Miracle, student, right? Student K through 12. Okay. Yes. I'll get there. So, there's also a large number of cursed teenagers that they include. Bonnie, who we don't have yet. Next President Guy Hudson, who I think we may have figured out. Maybe not, though. Hang on. Apparently we haven't figured out where Guy Hudson is. Okay. Ernie Jr., who is this one. Let me do this. Copy, notebook. Okay, save note. So, Bonnie, we have not figured out. Next President Guy Hudson, we have not figured out. Ernie Jr. is here. So Ernie Jr. is off the list. Caroline. Do we have a Caroline in this row? Yes, Caroline is right there. We have her figured out. She's off the list. Gwyneth M. Right there. Gwendolyn. Or Gwyneth M is here. Gwendolyn is here. Miracle Jr. is way over here. This guy. Miracle Jr. is here because he is this guy right there, right? He has no business being in this photo. Miracle Jr. is there. Jim Roottrees is the singer, right? We're on this row. Jim is here as James. Clark is here. Carl is there. And Eli M is here. So, Clark, I think we need another photo for, right? Clark, we need another photo for, and it's got to be from this one. So he's going bald in his most recent one. This one? That's Eli M. We think. Because that's... No, that's not right. This one. No, wait, what? Hang on. Why does it make sense for... Got it. Got it. This fucking picture's throwing me off. I got it. I got it. I'll explain it. I'll explain what yeah. I'll explain. Okay, well that actually helps quite a bit then. Oh, lore drop.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the Five Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, you can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right.
Oh,
You'll need
jeez.
4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
So my initial thought when you asked that was going to be, is it Lauren? Like, about writing stuff, but do we think actually maybe it's this part of the family? Because obviously it's locked here. She said that's very personal to her, so I feel like Sam is a possibility, but maybe Gwyneth as well. I don't know. So it's got to be somebody over here. Okay, so the reason this was throwing me off is because this stupid ass picture is what we locked in for it. When this is his face, like now. Oh, you can click and change it. Wonderful. Anyway, I didn't realize you could do that. I kept seeing it and like it kept throwing me off, thinking that this was like a different generation or something. So, no, that makes complete sense. I'm with you on that. This is clearly not right though, which is fine, and that actually doesn't make any sense anymore now that we know that that's that. So, this is then going to be Tessa, right? Tessa Roottree, the mechanic. Her. That makes more sense. No, I was literally like, what the fuck, dude? That doesn't. Yeah, it's because of that. It's because of that. We also know that Wilkins is her mother because of the Wilkins motors, so that checks out. Did we ever learn Miracle's wife? I don't know. There's Christina in November. November is a kid. We do have a piece of thing. I'm assuming this is November right here. Based on the childish handwriting thing. Yeah, they really do. It's wild. it's wild as hell. This didn't lock because we don't know her occupation. Do we think housewife? Because he's a doctor or a pediatrician? Like, is that crazy for me to say that? I don't know. It's more so that, like, my actual reasoning is that she said that she gave up on her dreams. Maybe? Do we think this is Bonnie as well? Or Bonnie could also be here. It's kind of hard to tell if they are or not. It looks like no. It looks like she's behind them. So my guess would be no. But let's see Bonnie. Bonnie Hudson is a name. These guys have the Roottrees name, so I doubt they would change it to Hudson. We're done over there. I think that makes the most sense for this to be Bonnie, which then leads this to be Hudson, Guy, or Christopher. So Christopher would be here, Guy would be here. Right, yeah. I'm definitely with you on that, Danara. It said the next president. How many presidents do we have? So, first president, second president, fourth, fifth. He's got to be third then, right? Nope, third preacher, not president. Third president? Perhaps? I'm gonna put Bonnie as a housewife as well. Cause I'm fucking crazy with it! Let's go! Let's go. Okay. Christopher Hudson, that made sense. Bonnie, Guy, made sense. So now who... We're only missing this person. Whoops, too far. Okay, Bonnie, done. Next president, Guy Hudson, done. Gwyneth M, done. Jim Roottrees, done. Clark, Carl, Eli M. So, hang on. I'm going to do this one by one. Bonnie is done. Next president, Guy Hudson, is done. Gwyneth M and Gwendolyn are both done. Miracle Jr. is done. Jim Roottrees is done. Clark, Carl, Eli M. Clark is done. Carl, though, is the guy in the middle. Done. Eli M is done. How many people are in this photo? Where's the picture? Where's the picture? Where's the picture? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But November is a kid. Right. The two photos from that photo, two pictures, are this guy and November. Who is that guy? Have we even, like, put him somewhere? I don't think so. That guy's got to go there. And then November, I wonder... Did we? I guess that could be him. The root of the matter. That's true. That's true. Yeah, no. So is this November? Yeah, sure, whatever. I mean, it's a photo, right? So this is wrong. This hasn't been locked in. What if we swap them? Because that didn't lock in, so I'm thinking the pictures were wrong. We also still never got her occupation. I mean, I hate to go with just housewife again. I don't have anybody who has a darker skin complexion. Besides this guy, but he doesn't have any kids, so I can't go with Brian. Robert Roottrees. I can try searching. Roottrees. Nope. There was the RR versus thing. That was way back, wasn't it? Roottrees versus RR. Bob Roottrees, yeah. Find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the clan's trust. A student that attended a lecture about it wrote the following: legal oddities. I wonder what happens if I just search this. Hang on, I'm curious. Nothing. I guess it wouldn't. It doesn't make sense. RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted two arguments. First, that the person in question was born out of wedlock, Sam, and second, that they committed a significant crime against fellow family members. At least that's the only person we have currently that's born out of wedlock. Still, the ironclad wording doesn't help though. I see. So, November is a kid in this photo. Which, theoretically, right, if we move this to be all photos from that picture, or from that group, I can't do it with him, but... I mean... Okay, and also, fucking... Oops. Although, I just probably search her. Okay. So, fucking going back to this, right? So I don't remember which page it was on. Here we go. The most rebellious. I was onto this, man. Fucking A. The most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Right. I was like, is that racism or homophobia? It's racism. But I don't know what her parents' name would have been. Right. She has to go there. That's also true. That's also true. But yeah, she's obviously that's an old photo, so she's an adult now. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Let's look at our lists. We're getting fucking down to it. There's not a lot left. The last thing that was said was the next time they returned, they gave you a partial explanation. They hired you to help verify their personal account of the family's history. All that's left to do is finish the family tree and find what's in the locked space, which they said was personal to them. Fair enough. Why is there intuition on this fucking page? November root tree. And without your names, because you stole the root tree name, I don't know. Well, we can assume, no, we can't even assume that this is a Madsen, because you may have taken a husband's name. Wilson, we know. Here's the deal. She looks older, I'm putting her there. This is Jem. This is Zach. This is a kid. You, I don't know. This, I don't know either. Oops. That's true. He could be a college student as well. That's true. I mean, either way. It was all about fucking. Yeah, that's true. That's the hard part, right? I'm trying to like pick which one to use older without any real information. Like, yeah, you could be 14 or 40. Like, I don't... Like... No. Please do not tell me. Don't tell me anything. Don't tell me anything. Oops, sorry, I slammed my fucking monitor. No, I want to try to figure this out, so. It's probably, I get it's frustrating for you, but I'll get there. It is, like I've said before, it's difficult to do this in front of a camera, trying to talk out all my thoughts and trying to read a chat as well, so. Okay. That's totally fine. So, that's totally fine. I'm saying the girl looks a little bit older. So. He's graduating from something, so. All right. So this is all about Clark. Clark's gotten married again, blah, 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 blah. I lost Jacob. Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he does to Matang, but neither of us took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it was my son. I only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is the Like, all of Clark's stuff in terms of that has been solved. He's now, in terms of her diary, he's remarrying here, hasn't had this child yet. Which is fine. It definitely said something in the original diary about notes. Dynasty. So, architects, preachers, and lawyers. Nobody's got time for candy. Architects, preachers, and lawyers, right? That's all top row. We need to know about this row. Clancy wouldn't have volunteered. He's the one who volunteered. Is there a Rafferty or LaRue name? That's true. We didn't really look at those. Chris Rafferty. So yes, that could theoretically be here. Right? Rafferty, LaRue. I mean, theoretically, this could be Chris Rafferty, because we know that these are the other LaRues. It's possible. That is a good shout. Do we have another root tree? Christina. Is this a lady? Sure, I don't know. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So, and I mean, I don't have another spot that a root tree can go. So, process of elimination on the baby. Are there more Hudsons? Oh. Unknown male, unknown female. What about, Kellogg is a name that we haven't found anywhere, I don't think. And there's a lot of them. Well, there's one here. And there's a couple here. What about David Kellogg, huh? Let's try that. Nope. How about... David Kellogg the third, David Kellogg the fourth, and there's a Bethany as well. So... what if it's like... yeah, what if it's like, David Kellogg the third... and these are the Kellogg's. Cattrall Sam, Cattralls is a name that sounds familiar. Cattrall? Oops, Sam Cattrall? I don't know why I bother. This is where it's getting so tricky. How many locks do we have? We have November, she's not locked in. We have Edward as a lawyer as 1. We have the baby as 2. We have potentially Zach as a 3. So theoretically, if we can get 1 more. All right. I will read through the diaries. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through. The book was published in 1965. Such diary registers from 40 to 65. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. She was the granddaughter. Her mother's family's called the Cossels. She hardly ever mentions them. Her father is Pop, the head lawyer, the Roottrees Clint's Trust. 5 pieces we figured out. Next gen is Lauren's Free Spirits, right? So next gens are, please go away, these. And we have most of them figured out. Yeah, there's this thing here. So like, this has 2 pieces on the Clark thing, right? The problem is that it's like, I don't know if that's stuff that I have prepped and not locked, but I'll go read through it. So here we go. So I feel like I've read this one 100 times. I need to not read this one again. How about we go back to this one, the original one. Okay. It focuses on her day. He's gonna step down. I wish him flying the wall. Clancy told me everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious. None of his sons would take over as the president. That's what he gets me holding on for so long. Architects, preachers, lawyers. Nobody's got time for candy. So the 5 pieces didn't do it. It came down to the next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Firstborn son, firstborn 5-piece. Granddad has been very particular about his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of us all. Angie, older than Zach. And I'm the next oldest of us all, but you're not, because Sam is. Dun dun dun. Is she a housewife because she's not a movie star? I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother said maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Again, mostly referring to Zach. Ain't Pop just the best? An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottrees' diary written in 1963 from a previous entry. You learned that Elias Roottries had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam because she understands what's happening. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had 2 sisters, trimmed the branches, Sam's nothing special. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Angie summoned everybody. This is dumb, but like, is secretary a thing? Like, would she potentially be like a secretary because she can summon them to his office? That's reaching like hell, but Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception when I asked Sam, oh, shush me. Right, that's why I was going with housewife. Because the first person to not be a housewife was you. So. Clancy swore he saw Sam walking outside farmhands EC and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. All 3 are on the books. Sam, EC, and John. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently when he was riding his mini bike, Sam gave him some old tools, taught him how to make his bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons. So the one here, once again, but I thought Sam is locked in. Sam is locked in. Is it because Angie's listed on that page? Like, I don't know. The Clark thing. I don't No. We have something here that I haven't come to for a long time. Good to like clear my head. Look at something different. So this was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note and it seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. Stephanie is here, and I mean, unless it says something about her grandfather or grandmother, I guess. 22 years later, with a baby of her own due on Christmas. Love is our future. Handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company. Talk to your girls about putting a statement supporting Stephanie. Use the publicity for your daughter's brain to only conflicts with CM. That's her. Because she was always very outspoken against the candy company. No, you're fine. We got one here, so we're gonna listen to it again. Rolling out of the city was barely top 20 hit for a few weeks. Center as a part of the society was considered rate different than economic inflation, rest of the Middle East. Most pop culture from only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make this because it's sweet. Maybe something offhand with the advertisement company or an article about her. Was it that funny? Did I spell her name right? Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love into this world. Her mother being... Her mother was a fighter? I mean, like, is that some kind of... Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter, right? So, how many female names do we have? Yeah. Where's the evidence? Well, hang on. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies. Oh, I see. I was misreading this as like that was a quote from her mother, but that's a quote from her. Yeah, you're right. I was reaching. Yeah, I thought so. I thought it just came up with like the Yeah, we've definitely read this one before. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article about 95 Jones graphic and print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to not have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity. In and out of that shop for my whole life, my father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right, getting done quick. We've been printing a staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania or something. Yes, we have been to the website. We did that last time. We didn't search all of these, to be fair. We definitely did that as well. God damn it. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Okay, is she a dancer or is she... I mean, I would assume that makes the most sense, right? Yeah, that's a really sneaky one. That's a really sneaky one. Especially because we did that last time when I wasn't even thinking about November. Yep. Good call. Okay, I have to run to the bathroom really quick, so back in like 2 minutes. So I'm just gonna leave you with this sweet, smooth jazz. Someday I'll have a more interesting cam that I can switch to when I leave for a sec. Like if we ever get a dog. We used to have a fish tank, but that would have been a pain in the ass to set up a camera for that way across the house, so. Yeah, that one was sneaky. That one was sneaky. Alright. So. This one is good. I think that one is good. So that's 2, potentially 3. Means this one's probably wrong. I'm gonna swap them and see if we get it. I don't vibe. That's not my favorite song. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't know if there was a better way for us to do that. These kids, like, I don't know. Hey, we got, so there's that one. Right, it just, at that point, it's just process of elimination, like she was saying, and I don't know, that's, I don't know. So, whatever, that's fine. Okay, so you're good, you're good, you're good. I'm assuming there's got to be a way for us to figure out what she does. Who said she was a waitress? Eddie or Jim? I think it was Jim. Well, too bad waitress isn't on the list. So, there you go. She's probably a pilot, obviously. Okay. We think that's a Rafferty based on the name, because there's only one Rafferty left. Probably a musician or some shit, right? Like... Oh, you motherfucker, you're still not right, son of a bitch. I think that... Yeah, I don't think at this point any of the names that we searched are gonna pop up. I'll be real. Is it Wilson or Will? It's Wilson. Doesn't matter. She's not gonna show up. She's a kid. I would hope she wouldn't show up on the internet. Oh my god, bro. Okay. All of these names besides Catral's are one-offs. We know that you guys are the Kellogg's. You're a one-off. You are Rafferty. So there's more names than... Like, this could be Sam, and this could be Stephanie. Magikarp, holy shit. Ultra Ball, please and thank you. It was a good attempt, Eddie. We also still don't know what you do. He's just flopping around. He's a fish out of water, quite literally. Oh my god. We still have some shit for Clark, bro. Like, Clark, I've had you locked for so long. My god, man. That's true. He was a president. Alright. Fancy flavors. Thank God we actually got some information. Was an addition to the 5 pieces of product line for less than a year. In 1909, it was Guy Hudson's first and decided move as the president of Roottrees, in an attempt to cater more towards what he thought an average person wanted. Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that they added fancy flavors, anyone could live like the wealthy. That sounds terrible. This philosophy led to a flavor in the 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. The 5 pieces sold less that year than any other year, except for some foreign markets. That's fucking funny. That's true, we haven't gone to this one in a while.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Oh, that's so funny. We are definitely in hell in terms of this section of the game. Just in terms of trying to find information. Shit's wild. Alright. So, Guy Hudson is twin sister, no stranger to the public when it comes to Roottrees Snacks, right? We locked in your sister
Thistle
already.
Epistle has just subscribed.
Thistle Epistle. It is a phenomenal name. They both appeared... Company's advertising children, boys and girls agree. What is this? Era. We'll come back to this, but I want to know what this is. Oh my god, we're getting some more information, bro. You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is early 50s. Boys and girls agree. A series of television, magazine ads, or chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having a premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed. Yeah, I got you. You've been chill this whole time, so the least we can do. Enjoy the, although I was going to say enjoy the emotes, but I don't know, Goku is a little better than what we have to offer. Roottrees is their favorite. First advertising series with the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl. Oh, god damn it, this is just going to be them. Which we already figured out. Yeah, there they are. Well, boys and girls agree. Yep. They both agree. So, well, there you go. There's our pictures of you guys. So that helps. Back to way up to the top. This. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, which we already knew, was providing his fiery dew, arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an earlier retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. What's her fucking name? What is her name? Piece of shit article. Stop saying women are just their husband's wives. I want to be introduced as, this is Queen's husband, King Kool-Aid. Stop putting the fucking male character first. God damn it. I will. I'm not just gonna stop. Let me have a moment. It was funny. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived." That's great. Why was it not said with his wife, Clara? Stop doing shitty journalism. We at the Roottrees have faith in this innovative ideas. Easier to share the world. Think about Great. What's Guy's wife's name? Although this did not archive their obituaries, they did a front page story about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. Boom. Done. All right. That takes care of him. You two now. The Hudsons. She was a housewife. What did you do, Kellogg David III? Was he a businessman of some sort? David III. What about just... What if I... Do you think if I... here, I'll do this. I'll just copy it from here. We'll do this. We'll search him here. We will do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, this. Nope. Search. Okay. Did I not read the entire article? Oh, you're right, I didn't. Story tells presently real deals. Police reported that the crash was caused by unidentified driver serving for the Hudson's car, causing the brake hard. Controversial president foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle was, which instigated the wreck, was speeding, swerving, cutting other drivers off as well. At least one said it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road, fled, other than the make and model. Guy has been president for only 4 years. He and his wife had no children. Yep. Did we? I'll look. So, we can search for the fancy candy, yeah. So, let me read this again. So, the story itself, surprisingly light, due to the recency. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake. Although Guy was somewhat controversial, President foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding and swerving, cutting off other drivers as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. Witness said it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled. Police have few leads other than the make and model. Guy has been president of the Roottrees company for only 4 years. They're on top of a volatile period of history, yeah. Where was that article on his shitty candy, fancy flavors? It's just gonna, yeah, send us back here. What about, so, wait, wouldn't it be David? Am I searching his name wrong? It's 2 L's, right? Hello, yeah. L-L-O-G-G. Yeah. Yeah, I'll come back to that one. Okay, gossip speculative. Smith focuses on the fact that she announced her divorce. She announced she was pregnant again. Although we've relocated to Paris, and I really love to keep up with my husband. Wild Bill, yeah. That's this photo here. Yeah, I don't. That's. I'm a little iffy on. There's still one thing in Teen Blast, really? Oh, it's probably this shit here, College Professor. No. We locked in the College Professor, so it's not that. Oops. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends told me they had to read in school. Yeah, she wrote all that shit that we already have. This is something from way back, but did we do Roottrees clothing? Root, it's just called Root, right? Yeah. Oh, hang on. You come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Root has released 2 catalogs per year, every year, since 1984. It seems that Brenda Roottrees, the Roottrees sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared on only one cover, holding her daughter Rose in 1985, but that doesn't really... That doesn't help because I don't think we can get that because the site says this is only one time her daughter was ever listed with the name Carly Roottrees. This is Carly. There's no other photo there, so the fact that it's so heavily being like only appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose, yeah. So we can't. Although, what if I do this here? Teen Blast has a lot of advertisements for Root. Some of them mentioned Brenda. Her daughters are mentioned. Find a small bit of an ad. Many base surely for killing writers for Hulu. What if I do Reina? Same shit. We already went there. Dead end. You were a lawyer. Is there any sort of business one? I mean, business doesn't sound like a lawyer. None of these are gonna have anything. It's getting hard, man. It's getting real hard. Let's see if we can find Miracle's spouse. Beldam. That's funny. Let's see if we can find... So... Miracle Roottrees Jr. Okay, he arrived so late in his mother's life that the doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by 14 years. With the birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. With the power of God and a man on his side, he preserved. He triumphed over these complications and regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name, took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel, since left the life of glamour and glitz. And we have that poster, right? Miracle the Third and his wife Nicole. There we go. Smith. There we go. 3 Generations of Miracles tour. I don't think we did. We can do. What was it? The Summer '96. 3 Generations of Miracles. What if I do? I can search the whole thing, but I doubt it. Didn't think so. That's fine. Miracle Roottrees and his son, who goes by Miracle Jr., have appeared in Butler County Times a great deal over the years. The Miracle Network is a collection of churches, television shows, products that can be purchased as multiple. They're basically the righteous gemstones. You do find one article much of legal troubles. Unfortunately, it's a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across the southern U.S. called the 3 Generations of Miracles Tour. The authors speculate they're going on tour to leave legal troubles behind. It's just the same thing. Any attempts to... because all the ads are resulting here. What if I do like... That'd be really funny. What if I do... Yeah, I want to know more about this. Miracle legal troubles. Where would I search? Unless I didn't already find out about that, did I? Hopefully not. Christmas Mission? Oh, it's a movie. The results in the Butler County Times are not particularly relevant to your search. Any attempts to find out more about these legal troubles is thwarted. Implying that I could search somewhere else? No, it's okay. It's the power of the Lord. In his 68th year on God's earth, and his wife Nicole Again, you're skipping out on the whole he has a wife part here. That's what would happen in a real Google search. uh, the flute knees are bread. That was a good one. Oh. Well, we got this name. Y'all are still pissing me the hell off. Can I go back to Raffertunes? So, Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it, there's an about page. Who is this? Clark? You? Okay. The inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife tried to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down. Photo is now in your evidence. That is this one? Yes, that is this one. The information famous. What if I do famous? No, you're good. Oh. Probably not. How about Jane LaRue? That's a good point. I kind of forgot that this existed. There we go. In an article from 1968, you find a small section focusing on young, upcoming talent, modern music. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from the 60s, 65, and it had kids, it was them. The Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they're moved on to bigger and better ventures. They're going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces. Ever heard of the Roottrees? And are looking to release an album sometime the next year. Youngest Kim. That's her. Is about to step into the prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. The Lucky LaRues, indeed. Jane Del Vecchio is listed on a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section in her biography, it mentions that she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. So she changed her name. Got it. It also mentions to only contact our agent in the event you... It's worth a shot. So that would have helped us fill out this. I mean, we can, but I don't think it helps us with this at all. Same thing. But that's not, I mean, that was all good though. I don't know if we did this one already, but I'll read it. Reluctant hitmaker. Until a few years ago, I've never seen J&D. My cousin was his ex. Clark never knew his father. Yep, so our grandpop and sister spent time with me with Jen. Sold a group like brothers. Diamond and Jane the hand are actually sisters. I feel like I read this. When Diamond walked on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, Kim, everything exploded. Yeah, we definitely read this already. It's okay though. Okay. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. That seems like it's not a English sentence, but whatever. All of his old ad campaigns are hung on the walls of the record player, but I was never interested. Am I wrong? Hang on, I'm gonna go back to her thing. Do I have notes on that? I think I do. Lauren has 3 brothers. One is Clancy, one is Edward. Huh, this one I also didn't realize. Clancy, Edward, and Eli. Oh, here we go. See, why don't I look at my notes? Miss Cottrell, current head of farming at Anderson Maple Farms. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. Okay, anyway, that helped. I don't remember. I sometimes, taking notes helps. So, my brothers all seem to be passive knowledge. Did I mix up the names of the brothers? I don't. I will do that. Oh, for some reason I thought we'd read that Elias is the youngest, but... Regardless. So if we have 2, that's theoretically 2, 3. If we get 1 more, we can confirm those guys. Okay, the farm. I don't think so, but I can check. I don't know what I'm doing. Farm. It's called Anderson Maple Farms. Oops. Okay. So, periodicals, Business Watch. Those. It's so weird. Also, this makes more sense. Eli C. practically raised Jim, Clark, and Jim as brothers, right? Eli C. raised Jim and Clark as brothers. That makes sense. And he's in advertising. I'm with that. It's just the picture thing. I think it's the other one. Because again, I'm looking at the eyebrows mostly. Their hair is both kind of swept. I don't know. That's the least of my concerns. This is correct though. He's Eli. They're raising them as brothers. He's in advertising. Based off of this here, all of his old ad campaigns. I'm with that. I'm following that. That tracks completely. For sure. Now it's just a matter of like figuring out the little stuff. We need to try to get at least one more person locked in. Stephanie Cottrell. Cattrall. If I do... Damn, man. I'm spelling her name right? Radio station. Is that right now? What was it? RTD. The retreat curse. Psychologists. Could I do the... what if I do the interview or the radio art? What is it? This? In the periodical? Okay, cool. Lovely. Yeah, that's where I was going. With Carl, Brenda, and the girls, makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, 3 of the 5 presidents of the Trickum died mysteriously. They say guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in A2, but nobody was arrested. Ernie Madsen stepped down. My Ruby Skull is a simple death. Let's prove blurry photo of a reddish shape. Post here. Find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997 on Prodigy. I'll list the author's email address, Chris Rapp, below a bunch of gifts that say under construction. There are a few art pieces. The first painting captioned, "Me and my fiance Lulu, dog." The painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married. Mega tokens. Lulu, huh? Louisa? Go Tartans. There's an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family." Is he an artist? Ouch. Just banged my leg against the desk. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few got them back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose. So I had to get creative and use only my 3rd cousins. This is big. This is Davy, Bethany. Okay, this is big. Okay, this is huge. All right. I never would have thought to search an email address, but I guess it was in quotes, so. Chris's artwork is out of your evidence. Cousin's photo will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You download a new application called Pixpop to edit the photos. Okay. Alright, this is big. This is very big. So, Chris Rafferty, self-portrait. Boom, boom. Fiance, Lulu. Okay, so that would be you. And you. And then this one. Cousin's art project, and is said to include pictures of Davy, swims, Bethany's yearbook photo, Davy's younger sister, Stephanie's only child. Yeah, okay, so Pixpop. What the fuck? Oh, I see, so I have to like make a, okay. This is wacky, okay. Okay, this is... Oh, I can also just do this too. Start here, I guess. This is easier, using my mouse wheel. Way easier. Okay. I don't know what these words mean, but we'll get to it, I guess. This one. Pop-Tart, is this what photo editing is actually like? You just spin and zoom things in and out? It seems pretty realistic. She might not even be here to do this. Cool. And last but not least, oh god, what the fuck? Oh shit, okay. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, this one's gonna suck. Oh wait, can I? Oh, it packs man. It Pac-Man's. Okay, that makes it a little better. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, I hear you, Dave. That's good, but I want this. Up there. I want this one. Oh god. So I still want those two together, but how do I, okay, I need to like get them basically one space apart. So how would I do that? I would do this, and this, and then this, and then move them back. But then I need his face up once. I need this one. Chill out, duck, I'm fine. I'm dumb, and it just takes me a minute to do shit like this, so just bear the fuck with me. Then I want this one away. So that's good. I want this piece up there, but I want to do it so that they're connected. Like that. Then this one and this one can move there. This is here. So I need it here, but I need it to go up first. Wait, how do I want to do that? So I need it to go up one without moving this. Bro, I'm so stupid. So that one goes, yeah, so it needs to be what? It needs to be one space between them. Sorry, this is painful, I'm sure. Also, I don't know where these go at all, I'll be honest. So that works, but I need these two to go together. Like that. This one goes up there, I guess, so... Like that? Nope, almost. This. Where does this piece go? Top there, I guess, so... We keep it going, we move you here, we go down, like that, and then... Holy shit, I'm so stupid. Thank God I got that figured out. I don't need no damn duck's help. Alright. We got the photos figured out. So. Cousins 1, Cousins 2, Cousins 3. Where's the... Here's the fucked up photo. So. Okay. Davy. And then you have... Bethany is younger, Davy's younger sister. And then Stephanie, only child. Okay. So, theoretically that means Davy is the swimmer that I have not taken a picture of yet. Bethany's is the yearbook picture, so that's a yearbook picture, so Bethany and Davy. So you've got Bethany and Davy. He is a swimmer for Dukes or UNC or wherever the fuck, what did he say? UConn, whatever. He's a swimmer at UConn, which means he's a college student. College, doy. Bethany is a yearbook photo, so she has to be a kid. And then, who was this only child? Bethany, Stephanie. Stephanie is an only child. Stephanie is an only child. Boom. Who's also not a farmer, a student. But not you. So are you some, like, you... I would agree with this, though. The pictures seem to be backwards. That's fine. That's a lot of yellow stuff on that wall. You love to see that shit. We're almost there. The Art of Rafferty, 1997. First painting is captioned me and my fiance. I painted it from my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married. Mango tartans. It's an odd collage. Cousins. 3 scrambled images. We had to create a piece of art. Yep. So maybe he's not an artist. Oh, David Keller fourth, yeah. But it also said in the... So... Take down his site. So, okay, an entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from this person asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Messenger had actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. Is he just a college student? I mean, I guess that checks out if they're all in that age range, so fair enough. I guess. It did say he's going to school and stuff, so... And it was... Okay. The real thing, though, that should have tipped it off. Copyright 1997, which is the current year that we're in. Or, I guess, last year, so he was still... Yeah, okay, fair enough. So, if we assume he's locked in, and we assume that the pictures are correct there, it's just him? It's just you. Are you a screenwriter because your brother's a director?
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Alright, we're doing it. Who is EC? These last 2 are optional, and I won't lock in until you say I'm ready. You can summon me whenever you wish. Okay. We also need several spouses to get 100%. But okay. So, where is this? Twisted twin. That seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. My guess, you are you, based on the black and white photo. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. So this is Patricia talking to Elias Jr. And she says, "How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin." Let's assume Miracle was not alive at this point, right? He came later. This was written in 1934. And when we were looking, so late in his mother's life, that doesn't make sense. So Miracle is, I'm gonna assume Miracle is not alive. So your brother's twisted twin, him, Clancy Edward. Here, I'm gonna just do this for my own fucking peace of mind. So, who is EC? Believed to be Clancy Edwards' twin. Left an outcast, forced to live a life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. So EC has been sentenced to be a farmhand. For what reason, I don't know. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on this joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray. From Lauren Roottrees' diary. From a previous entry, learned that Elias Roottries had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pursuing this for a long time. Granny had sisters, and Granddad had a brother or two. Seems here. I don't even know. I don't even know. Let's look up, what's his face? Elias Roottries again? The granddad. Let's start from the top. if I mean, I think to be fair, I don't think I ever searched him in the periodicals either. I did. Everything's in the journals, you're saying? Like these here? These two? Okay. Okay, new diary opens an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release. Elias Roottrees had died. During the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Sam, Roottrees, Elias Jr., Patricia. Okay. Patricia, the daughter of a local street mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, reunited with Eli. When they finally married, Elias decided that Sam should have been a Roottrees in the first place. Even though she was not part of the clan's to trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That is what led to Lauren's initial entry titled Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrees. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up around us? Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. She's talking about this Gwen, right? Yeah. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own way. Ernie Jr. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrees for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. And I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. His roommate. John Miller? And they were roommates. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either, but even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problem with us next gens, but she had a palpable hatred for the 5 pieces Elias and Gwyneth. And they were roommates. Oh my god, and they were roommates. Oh, no. I'm thinking that's the case. It absolutely did, yeah. I mean, yeah, it makes total sense, right? Because he's Clancy Edward. He's Edward Clancy. Makes sense. I'm cool with that, honestly. Twisted twin, like twisting their names. I don't have any issues with that. Oh, true. Edward Clancy. Or should I do Roottrees, comma, Edward Clancy. So the last couple of things are y'all's spouses. Yeah, fair enough. Good point. And Miracle's spouse, and a final photo of Elias. Oh, it's super late. Yeah, if you want to point me in the direction of these guys at least, like where to look. Just because I don't, at this point, I'm not sure, without just like going back into the, yeah, I want to know. Is it April? I'm gonna go with that because that's funny. Where did I get the original picture of the founder? The original picture of the founder, holy, that would be... This was... I mean... I think it's just on the website, wasn't it? Like... Oh, I don't know if I did the business magazine, to be fair. There's the picture. Okay. I don't even need to read it. There he is. Jackass. Wow, look at all this stuff. Jesus Christ. A painting of him. 1908. So some of this timeline shit would have helped. Yeah. This fucking... Bro, let me approve this shit. I don't know why it's not letting me... It's not letting me approve it either, that's the problem. Like, hello? Fine, let me say it, fucking... There. That's what Bergie tried to post. Fucking automod, get out of here. Gay is not a bad word. If you're using it as like, if in its intended purpose, it's fine. Chill the fuck out, automod. Christ. Okay. Anyway. All right. Here's fucking Mr. Monopoly up there. I don't know. It's happened twice now. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm going with April because that's hilarious. Miracle Jr. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if we ever looked him up, to be fair. He's a televangelist, clergy watch. He was exposed and charged with conspiracy to defraud the public. His wife Edith, there we go. News exposé revealed that it was his wife Edith's sister in disguise. So there we go, there's Edith. Just kidding, it's Edith is here because it's Miracle Jr., you dummy. I need to read. Yeah, we read this. See? Did it again. Well, it's either Helen Lennon or Joan Monroe. For Jim's, check his phone. Just that's fair. We didn't look at this one either. Do we? I don't know if we searched him in the magazine. Oh, it bro, it did copy paste from my Twitch. You know there's some secret case. Oh my god, that's funny. It's the same shit. Nope. Still didn't work. Auto mod be crazy. Fucking A. And then Eddie gets away with saying gaze. This is crazy, bro. It's crazy. Oh my god, I have not streamed for this long in such a long time. Okay. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Jim's discography is where we need to find his mom. Fair enough. Okay. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay. So other albums are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter, which we didn't search already, so it's a pretty general search term. Perhaps it's about saying you find a lot of results for Full Age. Fair enough. I'm gonna do it on this one too, because why wouldn't I? An album by Jim Diamond, and you can't find some basic linear notes exist on German Finches, lyrics contributed to German Retreat. Okay. What about searching it on the musical periodical? Nope. Okay. How about Cherry Tree? Really? What about... Wait, I was searching on the right thing, right? Modern Music Monthly? Yeah, wow.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
This sounds like some fucking Age of Empires music. It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites. I fucking love that sound clip. Shout out to Iron Mouse. That's it's crazy. He started Raffertoons. That doesn't help me with Jim though. Jimmy James. I thought so, but I guess maybe not. I can try this one too. That's like the one thing I didn't search, so. Section of the music, skip it, flip it, has a short blurbs. These times, skip it. These times, a new single from them. Catchy at times, doesn't do anything new. Someone with the username Die Hard Dazzler. Scan the cover and know that it cost him $200 at auction. This is Jim Roottrees and their first song together. Performed Jim's cousin Diamond's sister. Yeah, apparently. We're so close. I need one name. Theoretically, I just need one name, because then by process of elimination, I can get the other one, right? Assuming April is correct, because April and November is fucking hilarious. Where else haven't I searched Jim's shit? Oh, it's alright. It's rolling on down to the city. My bad. Okay. Singer. It's the same fucking page. Come back to the album evidence. I can. The website also lists the song's credits as music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottrees, backup vocals by the LaRues, MMM Magazine. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. So, fair enough. What about the other one? This one. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. There you go. Music by him, vocals by him and Diamond. Whoops. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. Worth a shot. You gotta find the cherry tree thing? Man, that's what I tried, but I will keep searching. I will keep searching. Cherry tree. Is a pretty general search term. How about cherry tree? How about cherry tree? Fucking son of a bitch. I gotta get, oh my god, hang on. Sound alerts. It's the Winnebago guy. Do you guys know that video? The Winnebago guy? Oh my god. Let's see. Winnebago? I don't know how to spell Winnebago. Winnebago man. No, there's no sound alerts? Oh my god, there's nothing for that? Alright, I gotta make one later. I'm pulling up. There's a really old YouTube video where this guy's like, it's just bloopers from an infomercial, and at one point he just screams, "God damn son of a bitch!" And the way I said it just instantly brought it to my mind. Okay. An album by Jim and Diamond released in 1995. It wasn't professionally reviewed, though die-hard fans of Jim Diamond say it was formed. CD was apparently so hard to find in stores. Cassette bootlegs, his music cover website couldn't sell the album, but it sold out at the moment you developed for one of the songs called Sun, and you add it to your fucking evidence. Look at that, Cherry Tree. The song is called Sun. The website you found it on did not have a full version. Beatmatch for a short preview.
There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone from her starting days, imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd depart in part, I'd never be alone. In my heart I'll always be the
son of Joan, and not Helen. That's crazy. All right, I'm ready to lock this shit in. Are we locking the fuck in right now? Or we have been for the last 5 fucking hours? Holy. I think I'm ready. So, we got Miller John, we got Roottrees Edward Clancy, we got the photo of him, we got Son of Joan, April November, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, and Lennon Helen. We're gonna confirm, and we're gonna pray. But first, here's the optional entries you found. Let's go! Got the whole ass family tree done. Booyah. Oh, she's back. Oh, shit.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees, and his partner was John Miller?
Yes.
That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me
Yes.
as Samantha Roottrees. Yep, I got old.
Hi, Sam.
The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago. My book tells the truth about Elias, of 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guest.
Girl, I have read them shits cover to cover multiple times. Okay, we did our homework.
Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Confirmed bachelor is a way of saying they were just roommates.
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable.
Which is also why the bitch in the bitch, her mom, referred to it as the evil twin and all that shit. That's crazy.
The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
Interesting. I don't know if I saw this one. Fingerprint. Revisiting there the will. I don't know. Did we read that one? I don't remember we read that one, but anyway.
We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
Yeah, that we had we didn't ever go back to it, but that made sense.
Who could blame me for being so confused that day?
Right.
Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard.
Yep.
And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all. But there he is in the background. The 6th
If you couldn't
piece.
tell.
Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president.
Yep.
But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottrees. He nearly ruined the company.
Yeah, by selling fucking caviar candy.
When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36.
Because of the, yeah.
They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping
Which is
point.
crazy.
Originally,
'Cause he's not a
my
Roottrees.
book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
So I never read this part here. Television screenwriter Robbie Roottrees was allegedly quietly tried and convicted of the name Robert Roottrees in a French court of law. It seems he allegedly embezzled from the company RR Productions' field gambling habit. So we never found him, but I put it together that his his brother was a director, so I picked screenwriter, which just made the most sense. So that was definitely one piece we missed, but we were able to kind of like suss out.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
Yep.
That sounded familiar. The Clancy Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future.
Right.
He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancy Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight, thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future.
It's true.
So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light.
Damn right. With some help from the chat.
And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours. Like I said at the beginning,
Ballin'.
set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking.
Sounds good, Sam.
Thanks again, and so long.
We did it.
We're rolling on down to the sea.
Her book was published. It received mixed reviews. Life went on. New president took over the company. The Roottrees family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. Uh-oh. There's another mystery to solve. Uh-oh. Roottrees Mania is now unlocked as a new game. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm a secret Roottrees? What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Wait for Sam to be assassinated. Like, you just see a laser appear. Okay, well, I cannot play anymore tonight because I've been streaming for over 5 hours, and that is significantly longer than I go most of the time. So we're gonna pause this smooth jazz because I can't right now. We're gonna play some synthwave because it's a little more vibin'. I'm looking at my schedule. I don't think I have anything next week. So I could theoretically play or jump into this thing next week if you wanted to. So we'll see. We'll make sure that works for people. Thistle Epistle, thank you for the follow. Very kind of you. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. It was very... Are you really? Well, we'll dive into it and we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what it's like, so... Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, this is a ton of fun. A lot of fun. So, yeah, of course. So, for anybody who's interested, next week we'll probably jump back into this and see what this Roottrees Mania thing is. The week after that, big announcement, we're doing Beat Saber. So, Beat Saber will be on the 25th of April. And then on the 26th, the Saturday for me, and whatever time zone you're in, we're going to do some more Pokemon cards. So we'll do Beat Saber Friday, Pokemon cards Saturday. Got some fun things planned. So for now, though, I'm going to get out of here because it's late and or early for some of you, depending on where you're watching. That's all. That's all I got, though. So I love you all very much. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. It's always very fun. Audio setup is too good, yeah. I'm trying to fuck it all up with Beat Saber. I gotta rearrange the damn room. Everything's gonna get fucked, so come watch as I destroy my entire setup live. Some Beat Saber. Right now. Love you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I will see you all next week. Goodbye, my friends.